Chapter 152. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the depths of the Ling family's inner courtyard, inside a stone room, Ling Xiao was meditating with his eyes closed. His dark force was constantly scouring the meridians in his body. His face kept changing colors, looking extremely strange. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao spent most of his time refining elixirs. The green medicine cauldron he got from Li Kong's forge was destroyed, so he had to use the obsidian cauldron he got from Old Ghost to refine elixirs. This obsidian cauldron was worthy of being called a heaven-grade medicine cauldron. When he condensed elixirs again, there was no explosion, and the quality of the elixirs condensed was much better than the day he competed with Yuan Ping. On one hand, he was becoming more and more skilled at refining elixirs. On the other hand, it was the effect of this obsidian cauldron. It could always restrain the spread of the elixirs, making the elixirs more round and perfect. After refining elixirs day and night, not only did Ling Xiao have more experience in refining third-grade elixirs, his mental power had also made a qualitative leap. Every time he used his mental power to split the elixirs, his mental power was almost completely drained. When it recovered, it was obvious that his mental power had increased again, and it was easier to control. Now not only could Ling Xiao turn his mental power into needles, he could also transform it into palm, fist, knife, and other formless forms of attack. When he was fighting with someone, he only needed to use his mental power to blast the opponent's consciousness. Even if the opponent didn't die, they would be an idiot. Other than refining elixirs and gaining benefits from his mental power, the body's dark force was often drained. Every time he meditated to recover his dark force, there was also an obvious increase. The advantage of cultivating the 3 parts returning to vitality qi was that he could advance much faster than others. Now that Ling Xiao had reached the peak of the mid-level mystic realm, he could break through at any time if he wanted. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to compress and purify the energy repeatedly and build a solid foundation. When the time came, he could break through in one go. This would also be of great benefit to his future cultivation. At this moment, he was breaking through, but not to the mid-level mystic realm, but to the second stage of the 3 parts returning to vitality qi, channel opening. Of the 316 meridians, as long as the last 5 meridians were unblocked, he would be able to enter the 3rd layer, the wide acupoint realm. The profound energy in Ling Xiao's dantian was constantly extracted and flushed towards the surrounding meridians. The 360 meridians that had been opened up were more than doubled in size. Every one of these meridians contained powerful profound energy. These profound energy provided Ling Xiao with an endless supply of combat power. With his current profound energy, he might not lose to the opponent even if he were to fight against a high-leveled profound cultivator. This was what made the 3 parts origin returning qi so powerful. Now, the last 5 meridians had all been opened by Ling Xiao. He only felt that his whole body was calm, and the surging energy made him extremely intoxicated. The 365 meridians were like energy transmission channels, continuously nourishing Ling Xiao's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and finally returned to his dantian. His dantian became more and more condensed, and the 5 colored halos circulating on its surface looked extremely magical. The second layer, Open Meridian, was already completed. From now on, Ling Xiao's ability to channel energy would become faster and faster, and this would be very beneficial to his advancement speed. After all, as the realm increased, the amount of energy needed would increase. Hence, the higher one went, the harder it would be to break through. However, the 3 parts origin returning qi solved this problem. For example, others needed 5 years to become a high-leveled profound cultivator, but he only needed a year or a year and a half to do so. This speed was several times faster than others. And following the breakthrough of the 3 parts origin returning qi, the benefits he would receive in the future were not limited to this. Since he had already opened meridians, next was wide acupoint. A human's body was like meridians, with 365 meridians. There were qi meridians, death meridians, laughter meridians. Wide acupoint was similar to open meridian. As long as all the meridians in the body were filled up, it would be the time of completion. It looked as easy to break through as open meridian, but Ling Xiao knew that it would not be as easy as he imagined. The amount of energy needed should be several times more than open meridian. However, Ling Xiao was not anxious. He was still young. As long as he persevered in his cultivation, it should only be a matter of time before he reached the 9th level of the 3 parts origin returning qi. Regarding this, he had always been rather confident. After 7 days of seclusion, it was time for Ling Xiao to go out. In a few days, the people from the Purple Sky sect should arrive. He had to go out and settle some matters, and prepare to move on to another goal. That beautiful figure made him feel as if he had not seen her for a long time. He could not help but miss her. After leaving the stone room, Ling Xiao first went back to take a bath. Then he went to Li Kong's house to bring the spirit-breaking pill over. He also asked Li Kong to help him forge another profound artifact. In any case, he already had the materials long ago. It was just that he had been focused on concocting pills, so he was not in a hurry to forge a profound artifact. Now that he had a fiery flame sword in his hand, forging another one was just to have something to rely on when he went to a large sect. Although Li Su was the Ling clan's guardian elder, he had absolute freedom to enter and exit. There were not many restrictions, so when he had nothing to do, he would still stay in his casting room. His son Li Yang had already recovered his health and was no longer tormented by the Yang poison. He was wholeheartedly immersed in refining, which made him feel very gratified. More importantly, Li Yang and a woman from the Ling family were in love. He believed that he would be able to give him a grandson very soon. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ling Zhao's visit made Li Su and his son extremely happy. "Grandpa Li, Uncle Li didn't disturb you, right?" Ling Xiao said politely. Even though he was already a 3rd-grade alchemist, he would not be overbearing to others, not to mention his own people. "Hee, I was just talking to your Uncle Li about you. I didn't expect you to come just as we were talking about you." Li Su laughed heartily. "Uncle Li, your Yang poison hasn't flared up again, right?" Ling Xiao asked Li Yang, who was beside him. Li Yang smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you. I'm fine now. Uncle Li is too polite. Oh right, here are 2 spirit breakthrough pills. Consider it a token of filial piety from your godson to Grandpa Li." Ling Xiao said to Li Yang, and then handed the spirit breakthrough pills to Li Su. Li Su excitedly received Ling Zhao's spirit breakthrough pills and immediately said, "Good, Grandpa Li really didn't misjudge you. In the future, your name will definitely shake the world." Grandpa Li must be joking. "This little one was just lucky," Ling Xiao said modestly. In his heart, he felt that it was reasonable to accept Li Su's words. They chatted casually for a while, and then Li Su brought Ling Xiao to his storage room to choose his collection. Finally, Ling Xiao took 10 tier 2 spirit grasses and 3 low tier 3 spirit grasses from Li Su, as well as a few sets of high-grade tier 2 soft armor, intending to give them back to someone. Anything that could be placed in Li Su's storage room was naturally good stuff, but compared to the 2 spirit breakthrough pills in his hands, it wasn't anything special. Even if Ling Xiao took everything from his storage room, Li Su wouldn't even frown. After leaving the storage room, Ling Xiao took out a piece of 1,000-year black profound iron and a beast core from his space ring. Li Su's eyes fixed on the 1,000-year black profound iron, his expression even more excited than when he saw the spirit breakthrough pills. This is 1,000-year black profound iron." In Ling Zhao's hands was the 1,000-year black profound iron that Li Su currently lacked the most. Although he was a 3rd-order artifact refiner, it was difficult to refine a profound artifact without this material. Now that Ling Xiao suddenly took out such a large piece of 1,000-year black profound iron, how could he not be excited? "This time, I hope that Grandpa Li can help me forge a profound artifact," Ling Xiao said. "With this piece of 1,000-year black profound iron, there won't be any problems. Even if you want to forge another 10 profound artifacts, it will be enough." Li Su looked at Ling Zhao's piece of 1,000-year black profound iron with a burning gaze. "Then I'll have to trouble Grandpa Li. I want to get it before I go to the Purple Sky sect. Is that possible?" Ling Xiao asked as he handed the 1,000-year black profound iron to Li Su. No problem at all. Xiao, thank you very much. This time, your Uncle Li can also become a 3rd-order artifact refiner." Li Su bowed to Ling Xiao. "Grandpa Li, aren't I doing this for you?" Ling Xiao hurriedly supported Li Su to stop him from bowing. But how could he stop Li Su, who was a spirit master? Ling Xiao had no choice but to accept his bow. Previously, Ling Xiao had heard from Li Su that Li Yang's artifact refining tenbin was even higher than his. It was just that Li Yang had always lacked thousand-year black profound iron, so he was unable to complete a profound artifact. Thus, he had always kept this matter in mind. Now that Ling Xiao was able to take out the thousand-year black profound iron, it was undoubtedly a timely help, once again solving Li Su's problem. How could he not be grateful to Ling Xiao? Xiao Xiao, don't worry. I, Li Yang, will definitely forge a profound artifact for you in 3 days. Li Yang said passionately to the side. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Li. Oh right, there's also this metal attribute beast core. Ling Xiao thanked Li Yang and handed the beast core to Li Yang. To refine a third-level profound artifact, a beast core was an indispensable main material. Xiao Xiao, keep this beast core. Previously, I bought a rhinoceros horned beast's carcass at the auction house. It just so happens that there's a metal attribute beast core in it. Now it's just come in handy. Li Yang said but did not take the beast core. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. Ling Xiao also had an impression of that rhinoceros horned beast. Back then, it was auctioned at the Luo family's auction house. He really did not expect that Li Yang had always been thinking of forging a metal attribute profound artifact for him. This time, his favorable impression of Li Su and his father rose to another level. Ling Xiao did not argue anymore. After chatting with the father and son for about 2 hours, he returned to his family. He still had 2 spirit breakthrough pills in his hands, which were prepared for the Leng Shi siblings. Wei Dai, was already his woman, so Leng Shi was naturally his brother-in-law. That day he had chosen to let Lone Eagle consume it, firstly to reward Lone Eagle for his loyalty, and secondly because he had enough materials to refine the spirit breakthrough pill, so he did not give it to Leng Shi. Since the Leng Shi siblings had chosen to follow him, naturally he would not treat them unfairly. Now that the Ling family was the dominant family, he believed that Leng Shi would not have any thoughts of betrayal. Nurturing him into a spirit master would also make the Ling family's influence stronger, and also allow his parents to have better protection. In the future, when he went to the Purple Sky sect, he did not know when he would return, so he did this to pave the way for his family. Leng Shi, who had obtained the spirit breakthrough pill, was naturally ecstatic. After repeatedly thanking Ling Xiao, he could not wait to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough. Wei Dai, was happy for her brother, so naturally, she could not help but reward Ling Xiao. Letting Ling Xiao display his masculinity in front of her could also be considered as the madness of parting. The two of them fought until the sky was dizzy and the earth was dark, and the sky changed color. Chapter 153. The news that the Ling family had a third-rank alchemy master spread like wildfire. Meteorite City was once again bustling with noise and excitement. In Meteorite City, no one could not know who the Ling family master was, but no one could not know who Ling Xiao was. He was the legend and pride of Meteorite City. Even though it was a bit early to say this, he had already surpassed many legendary existences. He had once broken through to Mystic Realm at the age of 15, and became a rare genius in Meteorite City. After 2 years of silence, he quickly became a middle-stage Mystic Realm at the age of 18. Moreover, he defeated 4 people by himself in the family competition and won first place, shocking everyone. Now he suddenly gained another noble identity, Alchemy Master. He stepped over the oldest alchemist in Meteorite City, Yuan Ping, and became a third-rank alchemist in one go. Not only that, he also forcefully promoted his servant to Spirit Master in front of all the big shots in Meteorite City. This made everyone jealous. When the news reached the ears of the Mystic Realm experts, many people said, anyone would feel honored to be Master Ling's servant. Because being a servant to Ling Xiao meant that one could at least become a spirit master. These things even became a story about Ling Xiao in Meteorite City. Today, a group of mercenaries and independent adventurers were kneeling in front of the Ling family's courtyard. There were almost 100 of them. This scene was extremely grand. Every one of them was a man of iron blood, but they had been kneeling here for an entire morning. No one frowned, and no passers-by dared to mock them. Those who knew the inside story all knew that these people were here to follow Master Ling. This was because Lone Eagle was originally an independent adventurer. It was because he followed Master Ling that he became a spirit master. No matter where, only those who became strong would be respected by others, who didn't desire higher power. Even if they became someone else's servant, or even a dog, they wanted to become stronger. They wanted to be a servant worshipped by others like Lone Eagle. In the courtyard of Ling Zhao's house, a large group of women surrounded Meng Xiyun and passionately chatted about something. Little sister Xiyun, that daughter of mine is 18 years old today. She's the same age as your great Master Ling, and she's very pretty. I'll send her over to be great Master Ling's concubine. What do you think? TSK, even that hot-headed sister of yours is pretty. My daughter is the one with the beauty of a heavenly fairy, and her breasts and buttocks are big enough. She's made for a son. Madam Ling, why don't you consider my daughter? My daughter is not bad either. It's fine even if she becomes Master Ling's servant. The women surrounded Meng Xiyun and chattered non-stop. Meng Xiyun felt dizzy from the words of these women. Yushi, come over here. Meng Xiyun shouted towards the outside of the room. Godmother, what's the matter? Yushi walked in slowly from outside. After Yushi was taken by Ling Xiao, she appeared to be even more charming and alluring. He saw that she did not have a single trace of makeup on her face. She was pure and charming. Her body was graceful and graceful. Her skin was as smooth as ice and as smooth as jade. Ever since she cultivated the water moon divine art, her temperament had risen by more than a level. She was no longer as shy as before, and she now appeared to be full of confidence. Come Yushi, come greet the madams. This is my Xiao, servant and also my goddaughter. Meng Xiyun pulled Yushi over to introduce her to the women. When the women saw the dazzling and beautiful Yushi, they were so ashamed that they couldn't speak. They didn't expect that a maidservant would be so beautiful and alluring. They were all from small and medium-sized families in Meteorite City, and the daughters of their families were quite beautiful, but compared to this maidservant, they were a lot inferior. Yushi's appearance made these women too embarrassed to stay any longer, so they hurriedly left. Godmother, are they here to propose marriage for the young master again? Yushi asked Meng Xiyun. That's right, this is the third batch today. It's so annoying. Meng Xiyun smiled. Although she said it was annoying, her heart was blooming with joy. How could she not be happy when her son was so popular? Who told the young master to be so outstanding? It's a pity that the young master has to go on a long journey. Otherwise, the young master could marry a few concubines. Yushi was slightly sad. Meng Xiyun took Yushi's hand and lovingly said, Silly child, are you unwilling to let the young master leave? Godmother, Yushi was a bit panicked. She wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Meng Xiyun. You don't need to say anything. Godmother knows that Xiao is a bit of a playboy, but he's a good person. I'll be at ease with you taking care of him. However, his achievements in the future won't stop here, so you have to bear with him. Godmother will stand on your side. Meng Xiyun softly patted Yushi's hand. She already knew that Yushi had a relationship with her son, but Yushi was her nominal goddaughter. She liked Yushi quite a bit, so she made it clear so that Yushi wouldn't have any burden in her heart. At the same time, she hoped that Yushi would be more tolerant. She felt that her son's future was limitless, and there would definitely be many women throwing themselves into his arms. She couldn't help him much as a mother, but she could help him deal with the women behind him. Yushi was happy when she heard Meng Xiyun's words. She was afraid that her godmother would think that she wasn't worthy of the young master. Godmother, Yushi will be the young master's servant for the rest of my life. No matter how many women the young master marries, Yushi will take good care of him. Don't worry, said Yushi. That's good. In the courtyard, Ling Xiao and Yuan Ping were chatting while sipping tea. Master Ling, you're really born to be an alchemist. The insights you've just shared have really opened this old man's eyes. Yuan Ping said happily to Ling Xiao. Now he no longer treated Ling Xiao as a young brat. Instead, he treated him as a friend from the same generation, exchanging insights on alchemy with him. He admired Ling Xiao's alchemy tips very much. However, how could he have known that Ling Xiao had taken a few simple and commonly used words from the alchemy method and explained them to him? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't tell this secret to Yuan Ping. Being able to tell him these tips would be of help to Yuan Ping in the future. Even until now, Ling Xiao still didn't know what kind of large sect the alchemy sect, mentioned in the alchemy method, was. However, just based on the alchemy method in his hands, it wasn't hard to imagine that the sect that was able to collect and create this scroll must be an extremely large existence. This is just a humble opinion of mine. Master Yuan, you praise me too much. Ling Xiao said modestly. Master Ling, there's no need to unduly belittle yourself. This old man has traveled before, and the number of alchemists who have reached the third rank are few and far between. Moreover, alchemists as young as Master Ling are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. I'm afraid that even if Master Ling were to come to the Purple Sky sect, they would still have to treat you with respect. Yuan Ping said. He paused for a moment before asking, May I ask, Master Ling, who did you teach your alchemy techniques to? Yuan Ping really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao was able to reach the third rank so quickly. Aside from Tenbin's exceptional talent, he believed that he must have been taught by a high-ranked alchemist. This regarding my master, it's really inconvenient for me to reveal anything. I hope Master Yuan will forgive me. Ling Xiao replied. It was this old man's slip of the tongue. It's just that I felt that Master Ling's fire manipulation palm technique seemed familiar, so I asked this question. Yuan Ping said. Where have you seen Master Yuan before? Ling Xiao asked. That was 20 years ago. At that time, I was passing by a large city and just happened to see that alchemist competing with someone. That person used a fire manipulation palm technique that was similar to Master Ling's to refine pills. However, that alchemist's refining technique had already reached a stage where it was as pure as fire. His refining speed was extremely fast, and it was truly rare in this world. That year, I was also indebted to that old man for a few pointers, and that was why I was fortunate enough to have today's achievements. Yuan Ping said faintly as he recalled the past. Could it be that that person was an alchemist from the alchemy sect? Ling Xiao was suspicious in his heart, but his expression didn't change as he said, Perhaps it's a bit distant from that master of mine, or perhaps it's just a coincidence. I don't know. May I know which elder is an alchemist? Yuan Ping opened his palm and said with certainty, He's at least a 5th-rank alchemist. When I saw him compete with someone, he was refining a 5th-rank pill. Ling Zhao's heart trembled. A 5th-rank alchemist. To be able to reach the 5th rank, one had to at least be at the king level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use spiritual energy to condense pills. That would require a large amount of energy. Master Ling, there's no need to be so surprised. With Master Ling's Tenbin, I believe that in the future, you will also have the opportunity to reach that level. Yuan Ping looked at the surprised Ling Xiao and said, Haha, who knows when that will be? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Yuan Ping said his goodbyes. After Yuan Ping left, Ling Xiao grabbed a bunch of grapes and began to eat. His heart was beating like a drum as he thought to himself, It's just the 5th level. I still want to reach the legendary level of Divine Apothecary. At this time, the siblings Lone Eagle and Lung Shi walked over. Greetings, young master. The three of them respectfully greeted Ling Xiao. There are no outsiders here, no need to be so polite. Speak, what do you want? Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Lone Eagle and Lung Shi looked at each other. Lone Eagle took a step forward and said, Young master, there are still 48 people kneeling outside. Will you accept them? Half of them are gone in just half a day. How impatient. Ling Xiao murmured and then said to Lone Eagle, Let them in. Yes, young master. Lone Eagle's face turned into a happy expression. He nodded and walked out of the house. Not long after, Lone Eagle brought in the mercenaries and adventurers who were kneeling outside the Ling family's inner courtyard. When everyone saw Ling Xiao, they all knelt together and called out, Master Ling, please accept us as servants. These 40 people were all filled with an unruly aura, and were all at the mystic realm. There were even 3 who had reached the high level of mystic realm. They had been kneeling since morning just to see Ling Xiao and beg Ling Xiao to accept them as servants. This was because they all desired to become stronger. In Meteor City, only Ling Xiao had the ability to make them stronger as quickly as possible. Lone Eagle and Lung Shi were the best examples. Chapter 154. Ling Xiao looked around at the 48 people. Almost all of them were between 35 and 45 years old. Only 5 of them were under 30 years old. Overall, they seemed a little old. This was the gathering of half of Meteorite City's mercenaries and adventurers. You all want to follow me, become stronger, and become spirit master experts like Lone Eagle and Cold Snake? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Yes, Master Ling. The 48 people answered at the same time. Then tell me, what reason do I have to accept you? Ling Xiao asked. The 48 people looked at each other, and a 40-year-old high-level mystic cultivator stepped forward and said, Master Ling, I can help you kill someone. As long as Master Ling wants to kill someone, I will kill that person even if I have to risk my life. Uncle, what is your name? Ling Xiao asked. Master Ling, I am Kanto, the middle-aged man replied. Kanto, do you think you are stronger than Lone Eagle? Ling Xiao asked back. Kanto was speechless. He could kill someone, but so could Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle was much stronger than him, so why would he want him to do it? Master Ling, I can do anything for you, as long as you accept me as a servant. A skinny low-level mystic cultivator said. Okay, then kill yourself in front of me. Ling Xiao nodded. With that, the low-level mystic cultivator retreated guiltily, and didn't dare to say anything else. It was true that he wanted to become stronger, but how could he become stronger without his life? For a moment, everyone was stunned speechless. They all felt that Master Ling was clearly making things difficult for them. At this time, a clear voice sounded. I can die for Master Ling. The one who walked out was a woman with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Her voice was clear and melodious, and her figure was graceful. However, most of her face was covered by her hair, making it impossible to see her appearance. You can really die for me? Ling Xiao asked the woman with squinted eyes. Yes, Master Ling. The woman answered and didn't say anything else. She took out a cold blade and slashed at her neck without hesitation. Enough! Seeing that the cold blade was about to slash her neck, Ling Xiao stopped it and shouted. Although Ling Xiao spoke in time, the cold blade still cut her neck, and a few traces of blood flowed out. It was undeniable that if Ling Xiao had called out a little later, she might have really died in front of Ling Xiao. Come here. Ling Xiao waved at her. The woman sheathed her cold blade and walked towards Ling Xiao. Raise your face, Ling Xiao ordered. The woman's body trembled slightly and she raised her head. Ling Xiao brushed aside the hair that covered her face, revealing a few hideous scars. The woman's face was slashed with more than a dozen cuts. Her entire face was like the face of a ghost, hideous and frightening. Only her eyes were still clear and moving. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and asked, What's your name? Others call me Gui Sanyang. The woman replied. At this time, the mercenaries and adventurers at the side changed their expressions. Obviously, they all knew the name Gui Sanyang. You stay, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he put down her hair. Thank you, Grandmaster Ling. The woman knelt down and thanked him. Following that, Ling Xiao asked these mercenaries and adventurers some strange questions. In the end, he picked out 7 people with strong willpower and good potential to stay. The rest were not spared. These mercenaries and adventurers might be a decent force in Meteorite City, but their aptitudes were limited. At best, they could only serve as guards for the Ling family. Now that the Ling family had a grand elder holding the fort, no one in Meteorite City would dare to provoke the Ling family's prestige in the next 200 years. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not need to raise these people with little potential. The reason why he picked out 8 people was to plan for his future. After all, his vision was not limited to Meteorite City. The Xianling continent was vast and there were many experts. Meteorite City was only the most backward and remote city. When he roamed the continent in the future, he would need a group of loyal assistants. Therefore, these 8 people in front of him would become Ling Xiao's left and right arms in the future. In 3 days, I'll be going to the Purple Sky sect to become an outer disciple. I'll let you stay here for now, but I can't give you any benefits in a short period of time. But I'll give you 3 years to think about whether or not you're determined to follow me. During these 3 years, you'll serve as guards for the Ling family, and when you're free, you'll cultivate. If you're still willing to stay with the Ling family after 3 years, then I'll give you what you want. Ling Xiao said to the 8 people in front of him. We swear to follow Grandmaster Ling until death. The 8 people knelt on one knee and swore. Good, you will definitely not regret this choice in the future. Ling Xiao said with a satisfied smile. These 8 people in front of him did not know that their choice to follow Ling Xiao would allow them to become the 8 powerful generals by Ling Xiao's side in the future, and become famous in the Xianling continent. Ling Xiao ordered Lone Eagle and Lung Shi to temporarily lead the 8 people, and let them act as the family's nurses. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. In 2 days, it would be the day to leave Meteorite City. Ling Xiao went to the Great Elder's cultivation place at the back of the mountain. Now that the Great Elder had once again returned to his youth and advanced to the king level, his lifespan had greatly increased. Therefore, he no longer guarded the profound skill pavilion like before. Instead, he sent another elder from the previous generation to guard it, and use his time to cultivate. Great Elder, may I know why you called me here? Ling Xiao called out to the outside of the cave. Then, the Great Elder walked out of the cave. His whole person seemed to be in high spirits. The day after tomorrow is the day you go to the Purple Sky sect? The Great Elder asked. Yes, Great Elder. Ling Xiao replied. Are there any reluctance to leave? The Great Elder asked. A little reluctance, but I want to leave even more. Ling Xiao replied firmly. Good, good. The Great Elder patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said with a smile. Since you can cultivate Xianqi again, I feel that your mind has become more tenacious. That's why I chose you to be my successor disciple. But I didn't expect you to be so amazing in Tenbin. It seems that Meteorite City can no longer trap a dragon like you. Of course, don't you know whose disciple this young master is? Ling Xiao said flatteringly. Little rascal, I called you here today to tell you some things about the Purple Sky sect. Listen carefully. It will be good for your future. The Great Elder scolded lightly. Ling Xiao immediately became serious. Indeed, he didn't know anything about any sections. First, I'll tell you about the division of sections. First of all, let me tell you about the division of sections. In our continent, sects are divided into 9 ranks. Rank 9 is the lowest, and the higher the rank, the stronger it is. Rank 5 and above is a large sect, and rank 2 and above is a super sect. Each large sect has its own definition, and in our northwest, there are a total of 36 large sections. Among them, the Purple Sky sect is ranked 8th among the 36 sects, and its strength is extremely powerful. It can be said that there are countless Xian scholars in the Purple Sky sect, and spirit masters can be seen everywhere. Listening to the Great Elder's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He had never thought that the Purple Sky sect would have such a great background that it actually had several king-level experts. It must be known that in Meteorite City, reaching the Xian Scholar realm was already considered an expert, and Spirit Master realm was already a peak expert. If the Great Elder hadn't broken through by luck, Meteorite City probably wouldn't even have a single king-level expert. It was no wonder that during the family competition, all the patriarchs and elders had been so respectful to the 2 elders of the Purple Sky sect. Their background was truly great. What kind of existence were king-level experts? As long as they sent one of them to Meteorite City, they would be able to slaughter all the families in Meteorite City. The Purple Sky sect has already been established for over 2,000 years. Our Meteorite City is under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. In the past, they would send people to Meteorite City every once in a while to select the elites of the younger generation to compete for the position of outer sect disciple. It's just that every time they were selected, none of them were able to pass the outer sect disciple test. As time passed, the Purple Sky sect gave up on coming to Meteorite City to select outer sect disciples. I just don't know why the Purple Sky sect has appeared again this time. It's really puzzling, said the Great Elder. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. He felt that this time it was Yun Mingqi who had fought for this opportunity for him. Don't worry, Mingqi, sooner or later you'll be mine. Ling Xiao could feel Yun Mingqi's painstaking efforts, and he firmly thought in his heart, no matter what, the Purple Sky sect coming to Meteorite City to select outer sect disciples is also a good thing. This time, We'll see whether or not you can pass the selection and open a new path for our meteorite city, said the great elder expectantly. That's natural. What's so difficult about a mere outer sect disciple test? I'll definitely pass smoothly, said Ling Xiao confidently. I also believe that you can do it. Even if your martial strength isn't enough, just your status as an alchemist is enough for the Purple Sky sect to treat you as an honored guest, praised the great elder. Then he continued, now that the internal and external troubles have been eliminated, it's time for me to travel around and see if I have the ability to take another step forward in this life. The old master is old but vigorous, of course there's no problem, said Ling Xiao. To tell you the truth, if it weren't for your drop of 10,000-year tree milk, I would have long since gone to see the king of hell. In fact, when I was young, in order to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique and travel around, my entire body was left with many hidden injuries. This is also the reason why I've been unable to break through. Fortunately, when my lifespan was about to end, I chose you. You're destined to be my lucky star, and also the lucky star of our Ling family. Indeed, if it weren't for Ling Zhao's drop of 10,000-year tree milk, he would have long since died. He had always been rejoicing in his heart that he had chosen such a good successor, being praised by the great elder. Even the thick-skinned Ling Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed. He objected in his heart thinking, I'm more like the lucky star of many beautiful women. After chatting with the great elder for half a day, Ling Xiao went to see his grandfather Ling Song. Naturally, he couldn't avoid chatting with him. This caused Ling Xiao to feel grateful towards these two elders. When he became stronger in the future, he absolutely couldn't forget this. Next, the appointed time with the Purple Sky sect deacon arrived. Chapter 155. Within the Ling family's inner court, all the elders were gathered in the inner court. Ling Song sat at the head of the table, while the grand elder sat on the left. Two middle-aged men sat where Ling Xiao used to be. These two middle-aged men were the ones who had appeared during the family competition. They were the outer court deacons of the Purple Sky sect. The nouveau riche who was even fatter than third elder Ling Yuan was called Ren Huafu. The middle-aged man with a stern expression and a pitch-black spear in his hand was called Mo Ku. His aura was even stronger than the nouveau riche. Ling Xiao thought that these two people's names were really interesting. The nouveau riche was a businessman's name, which suited his figure very well. As for the middle-aged man with the spear, he was called Cool Bro. This kind of man was undoubtedly very attractive to women. Fortunately, this guy was already middle-aged and had passed the age of coquettishness. My lords, this is the first time my son has traveled far from home. In the future, I'll have to ask you to discipline him. Ling Song said to the two deacons of the Purple Sky sect, and then gave the third elder a look. This is a small gift from the Ling family to the two lords. Please accept it. The third elder held a tray in his hand. On the tray were 4 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals and 4 brocade boxes. Inside were 3 mid-tier spirit herbs. Ren Huafu took the items and said, I'll accept the items. However, whether or not this kid can become an outer court disciple will depend on his luck. Of course. I believe my son has some ability. The inner court has already prepared a banquet. Please have a meal before you depart. Ling Song said. No need. Since everything is prepared, let's quickly depart. There's still some time before the election begins. We must hurry back and complete the task without delay. Ren Huafu said. Afterwards, Ling Xiao left the Ling family with Ren Huafu and Mo Ku. The Ling family's elders all came out to send them off. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the other corner, and saw that his 3 women were all crying. You all wait, I will definitely come back to marry you, Ling Xiao said to the 3 women. Then he turned around and jumped onto the flaming horse, leaving with the 2 people from the Purple Sky sect. Let's go back. He will definitely come back for us. Wei Dyer wiped her teary eyes and patted Bai Yuxi and Luo Qingxuang's shoulders. Yes, I know young master will come back. He won't leave me behind, Bai Yuxi said firmly. Only Luo Qingxuang was upset. She hadn't even become Ling Zhao's woman. Would he miss her? 3 months later, in front of an ancient city, dozens of flaming horses galloped towards the city gate. Along the way, he kicked up a cloud of dust. In front of us is Purple Heaven City, which is the first city under the direct jurisdiction of our Purple Heaven sect. Everyone go to the city to rest first. The election ceremony will be held in 5 days. Ren Huafu, who had a big belly, said loudly. Haha, we've finally arrived at Purple Heaven City. A tall and thin young man in purple robes laughed from behind, as if he had been looking forward to it for a long time. That's right, I'm almost suffocated. Tonight, I must find a little naughty girl to have some fun. A sturdy young man agreed. Old Lu, can a little naughty girl satisfy you? You're too weak. If it was me, I would have to find at least 3 to 5. Haha, keep boasting. Even if you boast to the heavens, no one will believe you. I guess you guys are a group of men with sperm in your brain. None of you dare to find a woman. You're all little virgins who only talk. Big Sister Yan, your words are too hurtful. The young people behind the 2 deacons of the Purple Heaven sect talked to each other happily. At the back of the group of youngsters, a handsome young man in a cloak made of beast armor was talking to a petite, quiet, and gentle girl beside him in a low voice. The young man obviously knew how to please girls. His words caused the girl to smile frequently. Beside the young man was another thin and weak young man. He was always separated by the young man wearing a cloak in the middle. He blushed and looked at the girl, his eyes filled with admiration. Little Snow, I'll tell you another joke about 3 sons-in-law. Listen carefully. The young man wearing a cloak said to the girl beside him. The girl's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she nodded repeatedly. Once upon a time, there was an old master whose 3 daughters were married to a scholar, a blacksmith, and a dung picker. One day, the old master celebrated his 60th birthday, and his 3 sons-in-law came to celebrate his birthday. On a whim, the landlord suddenly wanted his sons-in-law to write a few poems for his birthday, and the title of the poem was The Thousand-Li Horse in the Landlord's Stable. In fact, the landlord looked down on his 3rd son-in-law the most. He knew that he was a big uncouth man, so he wanted him to make a fool of himself in front of others. The young man shook his head and joked. After a pause he continued. Very quickly, the eldest son-in-law was the first to think of a poem. He said, The snow is like a goose feather, and the fast horse is walking on the south bridge. The fast horse is coming back, and the goose feather is floating on the water. Hearing this poem, the old master was very satisfied and praised. Good, good, the horse is coming back and forth, and the snow is still on the water, not bad. At this point the girl asked, What poems did the 2nd son-in-law and the 3rd son-in-law write? The 2nd son-in-law also wrote, The iron rod is thrown into the water, and the fast horse is running to Tokyo. The fast horse is coming back and the iron rod is still not sinking. The old master felt that this poem was just passable. Then the old master saw that the 3rd son-in-law was thinking hard and guessed that he might not be able to think of a good poem. So he said, Forget it, looking at you, you can't think of a poem. At this point, the young man was interrupted by the girl. He heard her say angrily, What a snob! The young man ignored the girl's words and continued. After hearing the old master's words, the 3rd son-in-law also thought of a poem. He pretended to be a scholar and lightly shook his head as he recited. The father-in-law farted, and the fast horse went west. The fast horse came back, and the fart door was still open. After hearing this, the old master's face darkened, and he immediately fainted from anger. Haha, serves you right. The girl laughed beautifully, causing the young man in front of her to look back. On the other side of the cloaked young man, a weak-looking young man stared blankly, and in his heart he praised, What a beautiful smile. Little Snow, let's not chat here, let's go into the city. A feminine-looking man stopped his horse and called out to the girl. His tone revealed a hint of displeasure, and his eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at the cloaked young man. Got it, the girl replied, and then smiled sweetly at the cloaked young man beside her. Only then did she urge her horse to catch up to the feminine-looking young man. Hey, this girl is really cute. The cloaked young man had a faint smile on his face as he muttered to himself. Boss, you look really lewd. You said you were going to help me come up with ideas. How could you take a fancy to my brother's wife? The weak-looking young man said to the cloaked young man. Little turtle, don't worry. Boss is helping you figure out what she likes first, and then I'll tell you when the time comes. Wouldn't it be easy for you to pick her up? The cloaked young man reached out and patted the weak-looking young man. The weak-looking young man didn't seem to have any ulterior motives, and after hearing the cloaked young man's words, he felt that it was very reasonable. He immediately nodded and said, "Boss is indeed the boss. Then quickly figure it out, or I won't have a share when we get to the sect." Little turtle, as a man, you need to be confident. Raise your head and stick out your chest, and loudly say, "Little Snow, I love you." The cloaked young man patted his chest to teach the weak-looking young man, and his last sentence was extremely loud. The dozens of people in front of them all heard the cloaked young man's words, and they were almost knocked down by his words. This guy was too bold to actually confess to a girl in front of so many people. He was truly a model for our generation. Several of the young men turned around and gave the young man a thumbs up, and there were also quite a few people whose faces were filled with disdain. The young girl who had been chatting with him just now had a charming and alluring appearance, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. The feminine young man beside her noticed the young man's appearance, and his expression became even more gloomy, and his cold eyes were filled with anger. "Boss, you're really direct, but you've already said what I said. What if Little Snow misunderstands?" The weak-looking young man looked at the cloaked young man with both admiration and anxiety. "Oh, big brother, I almost forgot, but it's fine. Big brother isn't as charming as Little Turtle. That little girl will always be yours. Haha, let's go into the city." The cloaked young man suddenly remembered that he had expressed his feelings wrongly, and then with a loud laugh, he urged his horse to chase after the crowd. The weak-looking young man shook his head, and also chased after them on his raging flames. The cloaked young man just now was none other than Ling Xiao, who had set off from Meteor City. As for why so many people had appeared, it had to start from Ling Xiao 3 months ago. It was said that after Ling Xiao left Meteor City with Ren Huafu and Moke, they didn't immediately set off for the Purple Sky Sect, but instead set off for other cities. Later, Ling Xiao found out that the Purple Sky Sect recruited outer sect disciples from other cities every 3 years, and Ren Huafu and Moke were responsible for recruiting the young generation of the 7 cities. Each city recruited about 5 to 10 people. These people were the most outstanding young people in the cities, and every one of them had an outstanding cultivation tenbin. They were all known as geniuses by the locals. Ling Xiao was only slightly more outstanding among these people, and his strength was not worth showing off at all. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh that he had been too short-sighted before. He thought that at his age his cultivation was already not bad. After picking up these people, he rushed all the way to the Purple Sky Sect. The weak-looking young man beside Ling Xiao was only 17 years old, and his name was Hua Xiaogui. He only had the strength of a mid-level mystic cultivator, but he had another identity, and that was a first-grade alchemist. The talents that the Purple Sky Sect recruited were not only outstanding in cultivation tenbin, but also young people who were outstanding in alchemy and blacksmithing. The young girl who was chatting with Ling Xiao was from Wuming City, and her name was Wu Xixue. She was 19 years old, and she was a mid-level mystic cultivator. The feminine man who called Wu Xixue was from the same city as Wu Xixue, and he was a 20-year-old mid-level mystic cultivator, Xiaohoshi. Among these people, the one with the most prestige was a genius from Qi City, Senj, who had reached the high-level mystic realm at the age of 22. There was also a forthright woman from Double Moon City, Yu Lian, who was a high-level mystic realm at the age of 21. The two of them were the strongest here, and they were also the most sociable and had the most charisma. However, Ling Xiao was disdainful in his heart. "I'm a low-key person, and I won't meet with brats." Chapter 156. Purple Sky City was a city directly under the Purple Sky Sect. With the experts of the Purple Sky Sect overseeing this place, no one dared to cause trouble here. The area it occupied was almost 10 times that of Meteorite City. There was an endless stream of people coming and going, and shops were everywhere. Meteorite City had everything here, but Meteorite City might not have everything here. After Ren Huafu, Moku, and the others entered the city, everyone was very excited and curious. Everyone was still young, so they were naturally very curious about the unfamiliar environment. Not long after everyone entered the city, Two men wearing martial attire came out to welcome them. Deacon Mo, Deacon Run Your Back, Deacon Han, Deacon Lu, and the others all came back 3 days ago, a man said. Oh, got it. Go and arrange a place for them to stay. We'll rush back to the sect now. Emoku nodded and said. Thus, Emoku and Renhuafu did not say anything more. They handed over the large group of people they brought to the two men, and left first. All of you come with me. A man waved at everyone, and took the lead to walk towards a restaurant. This restaurant was naturally a direct business of the Purple Sky sect. Normally, it would be open to the public, but now it was time for the outer court disciple selection meeting that was held once every 3 years, so this restaurant was used to receive those outstanding young talents that were recruited from all over the world. After entering the restaurant, there were already many young men and women gathered here. Obviously, these people had been here for a long time, and they seemed to be very familiar with each other. It was likely that the other deacons of the Purple Sky sect had brought back another batch of young people to compete for the outer sect disciples. The young people who were idle and bored looked at the new people who came in, and started to discuss. Yo, another group of people came. It seems like it should be the last group. It's really lively. I heard that the Purple Sky sect only accepted 150 people this year. Now there are at least 300 people here, so half of them will have to leave after the selection. Who knows? In any case, the one who leaves isn't me. There are actually 2 beautiful flowers. Not bad, they're comparable to the one in our team. TSK, your eyes must be stuffed with goosebumps. How can these 2 compare to our team's thorny rose? Really? Hee, aren't they all women? It's the same even if the candles are extinguished. Under the guidance of 2 men, Ling Xiao and the others were allocated rooms. Everyone felt tired after rushing for such a long time, so they all went into their own rooms to rest. Phew, it's been 3 months. I'm so tired. Ling Xiao let out a soft sigh. Then he collapsed on the wooden bed and slept soundly. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, an anxious voice came from outside. Ling Xiao got up in a daze and muttered to himself unhappily. What the hell is going on? It's so noisy. Ling Xiao wanted to continue sleeping, but it was too noisy outside and he was hungry, so he walked out of the room. When he arrived at the main hall of the restaurant, he saw a group of people gathered together as if they were watching a good show. Ling Xiao walked over curiously, and saw a young girl who wasn't even 10 years old being beaten to death by a young man. However, not a single person spoke up for the girl. Ling Xiao pushed his way through the crowd, frowning as he looked at the little girl curled up on the ground. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and indignation, and his heart trembled. It was as if he were looking at himself from his past life. At that time, he had lost both his parents at a young age, and had no one to rely on. He had suffered ridicule and cold eyes, had to fight with vicious dogs for food, and had even been beaten half to death by dog servants. If it wasn't for his old master taking him in, perhaps he would have died at that time. Stinky beggar, you dare steal this young master's jade pendant? Don't you know who this young master is? Fuck. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes angrily kicked the weak and thin girl. Enough! Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a voice that was as pleasant to listen to as an oriole came out of the valley. Everyone looked back to see a young girl wearing a snow-white veil. Her face was as cold as ice, and there was a hint of anger on her face. Her thin lips were red and alluring, and her graceful figure was slender and elegant. There was a faint chill around her that made people only dare to look at her from afar. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating, so beautiful that she wasn't tainted by the slightest bit of dust. She walked through the crowd and looked at the luxurious young man who was beating the girl. The luxurious young man looked at the cold beauty and was stunned. His eyes revealed a strong desire, and he immediately rolled his eyes and said, "For the sake of the beauty, I'll let you off." The weak and thin girl stumbled to her feet, and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She glared at the luxurious young man and shouted, "I didn't steal anything from you. Yo, a little girl like you still dares to talk back." The luxurious young man said unhappily and kicked the little girl again. The cold beauty wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The luxurious young man and the little girl were too close. Everyone thought that the little girl was definitely going to die, because the luxurious young man's kick contained Xian Qi. It was obvious that he wanted to cripple the little girl, who knew that in the next moment, the luxurious young man's kick actually missed. The gorgeous-looking young man frowned and immediately looked around, only to see a guy hugging the little girl. Are you going to meddle in other people's business? The luxurious young man asked Ling Xiao in a bad mood. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to the luxurious young man. He directly took out a pill and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth. The luxurious young man felt that he was being ignored, especially when there was a cold beauty beside him. How could he let others ignore his existence? Immediately let go of that damned little bastard, or else this young master will kill you right now, the luxurious young man said with a gloomy face. Ling Xiao still ignored the young man and asked the little girl in his arms, "Does it still hurt?" The little girl bit her lips and firmly shook her head, her eyes revealing a stubborn divine light. This made Ling Xiao feel even more sympathy for this little guy. "You're courting death," the luxurious young man shouted and punched towards Ling Xiao's face. This punch already contained an elemental attack. He had to make Ling Xiao look good. "Be careful," the cold beauty reminded. Just as the luxurious young man's fist was about to reach Ling Xiao's face, Ling Xiao didn't even look and suddenly kicked out with his foot. This kick was extremely fast and tyrannical. The luxurious young man's fist didn't even reach Ling Xiao before he was kicked in the stomach by Ling Xiao. "Papa." The luxurious young man hit the wall between two wooden tables and chairs, looking very miserable. "Do you want to learn how to hit people?" Ling Xiao asked the little girl indifferently. The little girl's eyes turned and she nodded without hesitation. "Then how about I teach you?" Ling Xiao asked. "Then can you beat this bad guy?" The little girl pointed at the luxurious young man who had already gotten up. "Your big brother can beat him without using my hands," Ling Xiao replied. "Go die." The luxurious young man pulled out his sword and a faint metal light blasted towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, the surrounding people all hid far away. Ling Xiao held the little girl and frowned. His body slightly leaned to the side and avoided the luxurious young man's attack. He then swept towards him and leapt into the air. Grass in the wind. A series of afterimages of legs carrying a golden light attacked towards the luxurious young man. The afterimages of the legs flew, carrying with them a sharp whooshing sound. Bang bang. Ah! How could the luxurious young man know that his opponent's speed was so fast? He didn't even have time to react before his face was stepped on more than 10 times. Several of his front teeth were trampled out, and his body flew out once again. Hiss, this kid's movement technique is really fast. I couldn't even catch him just now. It's strange. Could it be that he has the wind attribute, but his attack is metal? Could it be that he has the metal and wind attributes? Who cares how strong he is? He's in trouble. I saw the guy who was beaten up bring people over. For a moment, the surrounding people began to discuss again. None of the Purple Sky sect's outer sect disciples in the restaurant came over to manage things. In any case, they all knew that there would be a lively scene before every election. Young people were easy to be impulsive, and as long as they didn't cause any big trouble, they would also turn a blind eye to it. If something really happened to one of them, it would be equivalent to eliminating a person in advance, and it was not a big deal. Did you see that? I don't even need my hands to beat him to the point that he looks for his teeth all over the ground. Ling Xiao said to the little girl with a tempting gaze. The little girl's eyes flashed with surprise, and she immediately nodded and said, "Big brother, I'll learn this foot technique from you." "All right, big brother will teach you in the future." Ling Xiao laughed happily. Then, Ling Xiao ignored everyone's gazes and walked back to his room with the little girl in his arms. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's back, and most of them had disdainful expressions. Only the cold and elegant girl's beautiful eyes revealed an imperceptible light. In Ling Xiao's room, looking at the little girl wolfing down the food, Ling Xiao seemed to see the shadow of his previous life. This scene was so similar. "Are you full? If you're not full, I'll order another serving," Ling Xiao asked as he looked at the little girl dotingly. The little girl swallowed the last mouthful of food, patted her chest and asked, "I'm full. My stomach is about to explode." "Then why are you still eating so hard? If I don't eat more, I don't know where I'll get to eat next time." "Don't worry. In the future, You won't have to go hungry with Big Brother, Ling Xiao said. The little girl nodded sensibly and said, Thank you, Big Brother. Xian will listen to you in the future. Oh, that's good. Be a good girl, and go sleep on the bed. Big Brother will go out for a bit. Ling Xiao's expression stiffened slightly, and then he said something to the little girl, and walked straight out the door. The little girl opened her round eyes and firmly remembered Ling Xiao's tall figure in her heart. After leaving the room, she saw the gorgeous young man walking over with an old man, and 2 strong men. Bastard, you actually didn't run away. This young master will kill you today. Go and cut him into 8 pieces for me. The gorgeous young man shouted at his subordinates. The Purple Sky sect's outer sect disciple selection had not yet begun, but a small storm had opened the prelude to the battle. Chapter 157. The closest city to the Purple Sky sect was Burning Ground City. Between the 2 cities, it would only take 3 to 5 days to reach by riding a fast horse. Burning Ground City could be considered one of the wealthier cities in the northwest. It had a large population and martial arts were prevalent there. The biggest family in Burning Ground City was the famous Lao family. Apart from being rich and overbearing, the Lao clan also had 2 king-rank experts holding down the fort. In the northwest, king-rank experts were the most supreme existences, and they belonged to the category of gods. It was rare for a king-rank powerhouse to appear in many cities in 100 years, but the Lao clan had 2 king-rank powerhouses. This was enough to show how strong the Lao clan was. If it weren't for the existence of the Purple Heaven sect, I'm afraid that they would also be the overlords of a region. The Lao family was considered one of the most prosperous families in the northwest. There were also the Bing family of Ice City, the Sun family of Qi City, the Yu family of Shuangyue City, and the Wu family of Wuming City. These clans were famous in the northwest, and each of them had at least 1 or 2 king-rank martial artists holding down the fort. The person who hit the little girl outside the restaurant just now was Lao Fanqing of the younger generation of the Lao family. He was a 25-year-old middle-stage mystic cultivator. In fact, with his aptitude, he was not qualified to participate in the Purple Sky sect's outer sect disciple election. However, the Lao family was close to the Purple Sky City, and every year, they would pay a lot of good things to the Purple Sky sect. Therefore, the Lao family could guarantee one more place to participate in the outer sect disciple election, and Lao Fanqing was the candidate for the Lao family's recommendation. Why did he become the lucky one of the Lao family? It was naturally because he was the direct descendant of the Lao family's head. He had been in the Purple Heaven City for a few days. Today, when he went out to stroll in the market, the jade pendant hanging on his waist disappeared. This jade pendant was the symbol of his status in the Lao family, and had a special meaning. Just as he was anxiously looking around, he saw a little girl who looked like a beggar bring his jade pendant over. Seeing such a dirty and messy little girl, Lao Fanqing thought that this little girl was a thief. So he beat the little girl up without saying anything. If not for Ling Xiao's appearance, the little girl would have died. This little girl was Xia Xianxian. The Burning Ground City and the Purple Sky sect were close neighbors. As a direct descendant of the Lao family, Lao Fanqing naturally had guards following him. Now that Lao Fanqing had been beaten up, he had to get back at him. Otherwise, the Lao family would lose face. Brother, do you really want to kill me? Ling Xiao stared at Lao Fan and asked faintly. Nonsense. When have I, Lao Fanqing, ever been beaten to such a state? Why don't you ask around just how famous my Lao family is? As expected, if you dare touch me, you're just looking to die, shouted Lao Fanqing angrily. How about this? Let's go out and settle this. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause trouble in the restaurant. More importantly, he didn't want to disturb the little girl inside. Moreover, he was afraid of the old man. He was at least a spirit master. Haha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you think I'm telling you to run? Attack. Lao Fanqing laughed sinisterly. At this moment, the 2 high-level mystic cultivators beside him were about to attack Ling Xiao. If things get out of hand, it won't be good for you, right? You have a spirit master and 2 guards with you. Are you afraid that I, a small middle-stage mystic cultivator, will escape? Ling Xiao glanced at the old man and said. The old man raised his eyes, and a light shot out from his eyes. He immediately nodded at Lao Fanqing, who was beside him. Okay, we won't cause trouble in the restaurant. I'll kill you on the streets, you blind bastard. Lao Fanqing spat and walked out of the restaurant. Ling Xiao also slowly followed behind him. The two high-level mystic cultivators watched Ling Xiao from behind to prevent him from escaping. When they walked to the main hall of the restaurant, most of the people looked at Ling Xiao with eyes that rejoiced at his misfortune. Boss. Hua Xiaogui also saw Ling Xiao in the crowd and couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Xiao looked at him and nodded slightly. The youths that were led by Ren Huafu and Moku to the Purple Sky sect all knew that Ling Xiao had probably gotten into trouble. However, on the way here, Ling Xiao had deliberately kept a low profile. Other than Hua Xiaojia and Wu Xixue, he didn't have any relations with the others. Therefore, he didn't think that any of these people would stand up for him. Big brother, don't go with them. Xia Xianxian chased from behind and called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the little girl and comforted her. Xianxian, quickly go to the room. Big brother will be back soon. At that time, I'll teach you how to kick people, okay? Xia Xianxian threw herself in front of Ling Xiao and cried. Big brother is a good person. Xianxian didn't steal anything from him. He dropped it. I just picked it up and returned it to him, sob sob. Damn you little girl, you dare to argue? I'm going to throw you to the dogs. Lao Fanqing scolded angrily. When he got the jade pendant back, he naturally knew that he was the one who lost it. He just didn't want to admit it, so he didn't kill Xia Xianxian at first. He just wanted to beat her up to vent his anger, but who knew that he would get himself into trouble? Ling Xiao threw a cold look at Lao Fanqing, and Lao Fanqing was so scared that he took a step back. Go kill them. Let's see who doesn't give face to our Lao family in the future. Lao Fanqing said to the guards beside him. Whoever dares to touch my boss, I'll fight with him. Hua Xiaogui shouted and actually stood beside Ling Xiao. Although this guy's body was thin and weak, he had a heart that valued friendship and righteousness. Xiahou Shi, who was not far away, seemed to know about the Lao family's reputation. He sneered and thought in his heart, you deserve your bad luck. You actually dared to have ideas about Shui. Now, I don't even need to do anything. You're going to die. Who knew that just as he was feeling proud, he would be stunned in the next moment. Wu Xixue walked out from behind him and stood beside Ling Xiao. She said to him firmly, Ling Xiao, I'll stand by your side. After saying that, her face turned red. She thought about the confession that Ling Xiao had made to her when they entered the city. It had opened her heart that had been sealed for many years. She didn't want anything to happen to this humorous and handsome man. After struggling for a while, she still chose to stand by Ling Xiao's side. Haha, not bad, not bad. You actually have a helper. Uncle Ning, go and cripple each of their hands. That woman. TSK, she'll stay with me. Lao Fanqing's gaze fell on Wu Xixue and he laughed lewdly. All of you stand to the side. I'll take care of my own business. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he protected them behind him. He then shouted at Lao Fanqing. I'll stand here and let you attack me for 5 times. If I don't die, then we'll forget about this matter. How about it? He had just come out from Meteor City. Ling Xiao really didn't want to make things bigger. Moreover, since the other party could come with guards, it seemed that they should be a powerful force. If he could avoid offending them, he would try his best not to offend them. If they really didn't give in, then don't blame him for being ruthless. When Ling Xiao said this, everyone had a surprised expression on their faces. Although Lao Fanqing was a little old, he still had the strength of a middle-level mystic realm cultivator. This guy actually dared to take 5 moves from him. Wasn't that courting death? Hehe, are you serious? Lao Fanqing asked with a sinister smile. Of course. As long as you let go of me and my little sister, I'll stand still and take 5 moves from you. I won't blame you even if you beat me until I'm crippled. But after 5 moves, I'm lucky to not die. How about that? Ling Xiao said faintly. Boss you? Hua Xiaogui said worriedly. It's nothing, Ling Xiao replied. He immediately shouted at Lao Fanqing again. Do you dare? All right, I'll cripple you today, you arrogant bastard. Lao Fanqing replied. He immediately threw a golden fist with 80% of his strength towards Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling Xiao. Xia Xianxian and Wu Siming couldn't help but exclaim. Bang! Ling Zhao's body flew backward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After retreating a few meters, he barely managed to stop himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lao Fanqing. One move. For more moves. Scoundrel! Scoundrel, don't hit big brother. Xia Xianxian wanted to rush out to stop Lao Fanqing, but Wu Siming held her back and didn't allow her to go out. Wu Siming also wanted to go out and help. Although she was simple-minded, she wasn't a brainless woman. Since Ling Xiao dared to accept his opponent's attack, it proved that he had the confidence to take it. Good, you can still stand up. Second move. Lao Fanqing replied. He was extremely pleased. There was actually someone so stupid that he didn't fight back and allowed him to hit him like a wooden pole. It was just the right time for him to show off his might. In the second move, a golden light shot out from Lao Fanqing's hand and roared towards Ling Xiao. It looks like he's already used 100% of his strength in this move. That kid will probably be crippled even if he doesn't die. I really don't understand. He's actually going against the Lao family for a lowly commoner. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Maybe this guy is just a lowly wretch. That's good too. There's one less person in the election, so we have a better chance. The youths who were watching from the side were discussing in low voices. The second move directly hit Ling Zhao's chest. The clothes on his body were torn apart, and he was sent flying again. Heh, this is the consequence of offending me. Lao Fanqing looked at Ling Xiao who was lying on the ground and laughed. He thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die from this move. After all, he had already used 100% of his strength. Even a high-level mystic cultivator would be seriously injured after taking this move. Again. Ling Xiao staggered as he crawled up. Big brother. Xia Xuanxuan's lively eyes kept flowing with tears. Finally, she bit the back of Wu Sixue's hand and struggled out of her grip. She ran to Ling Zhao's side. Hua Xiaogui took out a few elixirs and handed them over. Boss, you have to hold on. Ling Xiao rejected Hua Xiaogui's elixirs and said weakly. Pull Xianxian away. I can still hold on. Hua Xiaogui looked at Ling Zhao's determined eyes and sighed. She carried Xia Xianxian and walked to the side. I didn't expect you to be so tough. But this is interesting, Lao Fanqing said with a cruel expression. In fact, he was actually shocked. Could it be that this guy is wearing a defensive armor? He actually took a full blow from me and didn't die. Then, the third and fourth moves were aimed at Ling Zhao's vital parts. Boom boom. Ling Xiao flew far away like a cannonball. Haha, damn bastard, you're dead now. Lao Fanqing laughed proudly. Who would have thought that his laughter would only get halfway through before he was forcefully swallowed back down. Ling Xiao was like an undying cockroach again, walking miraculously. There's still one more move. Come on, Ling Xiao said with difficulty. Chapter 158. This guy's too abnormal. He's not dead even after that. Perhaps this guy is wearing a high-grade defensive armor. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead after receiving such a powerful attack. That's possible. Unless he uses a weapon, he really won't die. The surrounding people began to discuss in confusion again. Hua Xiaogui was more and more impressed with Ling Xiao. Boss is indeed boss. His undying spirit is worth learning. Wu Sixue's beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light, mixed with some worry. Only Xia Xianxian felt terrible for her big brother. Ling Zhao's figure would forever be imprinted in Xia Xuanxuan's heart. In a corner, a beautiful figure was also watching everything that was happening. There was a faint chill around her that made people not dare to get close. Damn it, you must be wearing a defensive armor. Otherwise, you can't be fine. This agreement doesn't count. Lao Fanqing shouted with an ashen face. Even a high-grade mystic cultivator wouldn't be able to stand up after taking a few blows from him. But this guy was getting up again and again. It was too detestable. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He put one hand on his chest and pulled off his clothes, revealing his well-defined chest muscles. Some of the young girls couldn't help but exclaim and turn their blushing faces away. Yu Lian, the forthright girl who had come with Ling Xiao, stared directly at Ling Zhao's chest muscles. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, "Hey, I didn't expect this Whitey to have some muscles. They look quite sturdy. He's not injured even after a few blows." Yu Lian might look carefree and forthright, but she was actually very meticulous. She immediately noticed that there were no wounds on Ling Xiao's chest. She spoke softly, but it attracted the attention of the people around her. For a moment, they all fell into deep thought. Even the great young master of the Lao family is going back on his word? Ling Xiao asked weakly. Lao Fanqing looked at the half-naked Ling Xiao, and his expression changed. He was puzzled as to how this guy was still alive. He must be struggling on his deathbed. Yes, he must be struggling on his deathbed. I don't believe that you can't be beaten to death. Lao Fanqing clenched his fists together and raised them high into the sky. A golden light that was like a pillar of pearls shot into the sky. For a moment, the entire place was sparkling and sparkling, looking extremely spectacular. Golden fist double strike. Lao Fanqing's entire body was suffused with a golden glow. With a loud shout, 12 layers of metal attribute attacks condensed from his fists flooded towards Ling Xiao. This move caused even the surrounding young experts to become solemn. Clearly, they were all wondering if they would be able to withstand this move if they were in Yi Shiwen's shoes. The surrounding air hissed as it was sliced by the golden light. Facing this move, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be moved at all. It was just that the expression in his eyes was too strange. On his naked skin, traces of golden color quietly appeared. Those who did not look closely would only think that this was a normal skin color. In fact, this was a sign that Ling Xiao was using the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Boom! The golden light violently bombarded on Ling Xiao's body, and Ling Xiao flew out like a cannonball again. Everyone thought that this time, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Lao Fanqing breathed heavily, then took out a medicinal pill from his arms and swallowed it. Obviously, the blow just now had exhausted all the xianqi in his body. Damn trash die. Lao Fanqing said coldly. Hua Xiaogui carried Xia Xianxian and ran towards Ling Xiao, and Wu Xixue also followed. Young master, let's go. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for Purple Sky Sect. The old man reminded Lao Fanqing. Purple Sky City allowed the young generation to compete freely, but it didn't mean that they were allowed to kill each other. Therefore, the old man was afraid that Purple Sky Sect would intervene in this matter, and it wouldn't be good if things got out of hand. Well, since this kid has been killed, this young master's anger has been vented. Let's go. Lao Fanqing nodded and prepared to leave with the old man. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao, who was thought to be dead, got up again. It can't be. Did this guy cultivate the immortal deity technique? He actually didn't die. He probably cultivated some kind of defensive technique. It's too abnormal. No wonder he dared to take 5 moves, so he came prepared. I think it should be that guy from the Lao family is too weak. If it was me, I would have directly pinched him to death. Boss, are you alright? Hua Xiaogui asked with concern, wanting to help Ling Xiao up. Unexpectedly, Wu Xixue, who was at the side, took a step forward to support Ling Xiao, and asked worriedly, Ling Xiao, are you alright? Don't worry, I won't die. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He rested his head on Wu Xixue's thigh, and a burst of young girl's body fragrance came over, causing his heart to ripple. He hurriedly said in his heart, I can't bully my friend's wife. No, she's not even my friend's wife. It shouldn't be a crime to take her. Everyone else thought that Ling Xiao was an idiot, actually daring to take 5 moves from someone else. But who knew that Ling Xiao was not an idiot, and was instead extremely intelligent? If he didn't have something to rely on, he definitely wouldn't have made such a request, and he wasn't a masochist. This was because he could rely on the Vajra 5 transformation technique to take a full blow from a low-level spirit master. While Lao Fanqing was only a mid-level spirit disciple, so Ling Xiao naturally wasn't afraid. That mouthful of blood was just a trick that Ling Xiao had put on to deceive people. This way, Lao Fanqing would be discouraged and he wouldn't have to fight. At the same time, it was equivalent to cultivating the Vajra 5 rigidity technique. Using this method to protect Xianxian was indeed a very perfect method. Lao Fanqing hadn't gone far when he heard the commotion from the crowd, and he turned back to see that Ling Xiao had actually stood up again. and he didn't look like he was heavily injured, and he was even smiling mischievously. Lao Fanqing's heart instantly felt very stifled. "Young master, if you can't bear it, you'll end up in chaos," the elder at the side said softly to Lao Fanqing. "F***ck. You're playing me like a monkey, you're courting death." Lao Fanqing was furious. He felt that Ling Xiao was definitely playing with him by pretending to be injured, and his anger instantly blinded his reason. "What are you doing? Don't tell me that young Master Lao's words don't count?" Ling Xiao pretended to be heavily injured and said lightly in Wu Sishua's arms, "F***ck your mother, you dare to pretend to be dead in front of me, I'll let you die." The more Lao Fanqing looked at Ling Xiao's expression, the more he felt that he was mocking him. The longsword in his hand instantly stabbed towards Ling Xiao. "Stop!" Two delicate voices sounded at the same time, but it was a pity that Lao Fanqing still stabbed forward, and a golden light suddenly appeared. A murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he didn't care about pretending to be injured anymore. "F***ck, you actually dare to scold my mother?" Ling Xiao broke free from Wu Sishua's embrace, and instantly dodged Lao Fanqing's longsword. He grabbed Lao Fanqing's hand with one hand, and the other heavily punched the bridge of Lao Fanqing's nose. Ah! Lao Fanqing took a punch, and his nose started to bleed. Ling Xiao didn't let it go just like that, and he continued to throw a few punches at Lao Fanqing. "Stop!" The spirit master from the Lao clan instantly appeared between the two of them, and he wanted to attack Ling Xiao to save his young master. "Scram, or else I'll kill him." Ling Xiao flipped his hand and grabbed Lao Fanqing's neck, raising him in front of him to prevent the old man from launching a sneak attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just what was going on with this guy? He was clearly half dead just now, but now he suddenly became fierce again. Could it be that the Lao clan's young master's attacks were just for show? "Brat, do you know the consequences of your actions?" The old man exerted pressure on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's ability to withstand pressure was not the same as it was in the past, and he didn't feel the pressure of a spirit master. "Old man, you should know that it was your family's young master who went back on his words. Can you blame me for this?" Ling Xiao coldly snorted at the old man. At the same time, he was on guard with his mental strength. As long as this old man dared to make a move, he wouldn't let him have an easy time even if both sides were injured. If you have the guts, then my Lao clan won't let you off," Lao Fanqing said with great difficulty and anger. "Blind impatience." Ling Xiao roared, and his fist landed heavily on Lao Fanqing's back, causing him to let out another miserable shriek. "Just what do you want?" the old man asked with an ashen face. The clan had sent him out to take care of his young master, and of course, they didn't want anything to happen to Lao Fanqing before the election. Now that an unknown brat had threatened him and beaten up his young master, he immediately felt that he had lost all face, and at the same time, slapped the Lao clan in the face. "What do I want?" I've already told him clearly just now. He didn't know what was good for him. Ling Xiao said angrily, and then said, "Bring something to redeem him, or else we'll break up." Ling Xiao was unhappy in his heart. He originally thought that everyone was at peace, and he didn't want to fight and kill. It was all forced by this guy, so he might as well do it to the extreme and extort a sum of money. The old man narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "Brat, leave a line in everything, and we'll meet again in the future. Who doesn't know the prestige of our Lao clan here? Do you really want to fight to the death with our Lao clan?" "Haha, it seems like this is the Purple Heaven City. Don't tell me that you guys treat the Purple Heaven City as your backyard, and don't even put the sect in your eyes? If it wasn't for you guys going too far, why would I do this? Cut the crap, third stage spirit grass, Xian grade, or Xian crystal. As long as you can take out something that satisfies me, I'll immediately let him go. However, the things you guys take out better look, or else your Lao clan's young master will feel that his life is cheap." Ling Xiao laughed loftily. At this moment, the surrounding younger generation all felt that Ling Xiao's actions were unwise. They felt that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. He was actually trying to be brave. He was afraid that the Lao clan would take revenge on him. At that time, some of the young girls would cast glances at Ling Xiao, thinking that a man should have this kind of heroic and timid attitude. In any case, they didn't like it. Wu Sishua's beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration. Didn't she like this kind of man who was bold and humorous? Hua Xiaogui, who was at the side, noticed Wu Sishua's abnormality and felt extremely bitter in his heart. Boss, you won't even let your sister-in-law go. You're really not human. Are you sure you want to become enemies with our Lao clan? The old man asked again. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't take out the item within 3 breaths of time, then you can collect his corpse, Ling Xiao said impatiently. At this moment, a loud voice came from afar. Who dares to cause trouble here? Chapter 159. An old man wearing a black robe arrived in front of everyone in a few leaps. This person's appearance was ordinary, but his body was surrounded by an unfathomable aura. His strength was truly unfathomable, and every move he made produced pressure. This person was at least at the peak of the spirit master level. No one in the younger generation recognized this person, but the surrounding people of the Purple Sky City immediately called out in unison. Greetings, Lord Ji. The old man from the Lao clan obviously recognized the person, and cupped his hands towards the black-robed old man. Greetings, Lord Ji. The black-robed old man was the city lord of the Purple Sky City, the deacon of the Purple Sky sect. Ji2 nodded towards the old man from the Lao clan, glanced at Ling Xiao and Lao Fanqing, and said faintly, "What's going on?" Just as the old man from the Lao clan wanted to speak, a steward who came out of the restaurant came forward and whispered into Ji2's ear. Ji2's old eyes swept across Ling Xiao's body, and his brows slightly furrowed. Then he responded to the steward and waved his hand to let him go. Let him go, and this matter ends here, Ji2 said indifferently in a tone that could not be refused. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then pushed Lao Fanqing towards the old man from the Lao clan. Cough cough. Lao Fanqing coughed a few times, then immediately turned his head and threw a venomous gaze at Ling Xiao, scolding. Damn bastard, you dare to hit me. If I let you walk out of the Purple Sky City alive, I won't be surnamed Lao. Uncle Ning, go. Shut up, say one more word and immediately scram. Ji2 shouted coldly at Lao Fanqing. Lao Fanqing's words clearly showed that he did not put the Purple Sky sect in his eyes, and did not put him, the city lord of the Purple Sky City, in his eyes. He actually dared to claim that he wanted to kill someone under his eyes. If he was allowed to threaten others like this, then where would the prestige of the Purple Sky sect be? Wouldn't it make the hearts of the young people present turn cold? But Lao Fanqing had been pampered since he was young, so how could he remember that this was the Purple Sky City and not their burning Earth City? He still wanted to say something, but the old man from the Lao clan quickly said, Young master, let's go back first. Lord Ji, we will take our leave. The old man from the Lao clan didn't say anything and pulled Lao Fanqing away. Then Ji2 said in a clear voice, There are still 5 days until the sect election. Whoever dares to cause trouble in these 5 days will immediately be disqualified from the election. With that, Ji2 glanced at Ling Xiao once more and left. What a big loss. I thought I could make some good luck, Ling Xiao said with some resentment after the others left. The surrounding people almost fell when they heard this. And gee, this guy was really reckless. Did he really not know the strength of the Lao family? Boss, are you really alright? I have some medicinal pills here, asked Hua Xiaogui. It's fine. I didn't expect you to be such a good friend. From now on, you're my brother. Once we get to the sect, I'll protect you. Ling Xiao patted his chest. What about me? Wu Sishua asked with a smile. Of course you're my little sister. If anyone bullies you, come and find me. I'll help you beat him up, Ling Xiao replied after hesitating for a moment. He couldn't hurt Turtle's confidence anymore. Hearing this, Wu Sishua's expression became gloomy for no reason. Let's go, Turtle. Let's drink. Ling Xiao picked up Xia Xianxian and patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder. Boss, I don't know how to drink, Hua Xiaogui said embarrassedly. Are you still a man? You don't even know how to drink. I really admire you, Ling Xiao said snappily. At that moment, a sweet voice sounded out. I wonder if you can treat me to a drink as well. The one who spoke was Yu Lian, who came with Ling Xiao. Her figure was comparable to Wei Dyer's. She was plump and voluptuous, and it was difficult to conceal her wild allure under the silk. Her slender thighs were slightly closed, and they looked rather powerful. It was easy for one's imagination to run wild, and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with a captivating brilliance. Since Sister Yan has spoken, Ling Xiao will naturally be happy. Ling Xiao looked straight at Yu Lian. Yu Lian smiled. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go in. After saying that, Ling Xiao carried Xia Xianxian into the restaurant again. Hua Xiaogui was half a step behind Wu Xixue as they walked in together. Vixen. Wu Xixue saw that Ling Xiao was calling Yu Lian so affectionately, and she grumbled to herself in her heart. Xiao Shui, why bother with this person? He won't have a good ending if he offends the Lao family. Xiahou Shi, who was in the same city as Wu Xixue, quietly walked over to Wu Xixue and whispered, "None of your business." Wu Xixue replied angrily and caught up with Ling Xiao and the others. Xiahou Shi frowned and clenched his fists. "Stinking woman, sooner or later you and your Wu family will be mine." In another restaurant, Lao Fanqing took a pill and sat on the bed to meditate. Under the powerful effect of the pill, Lao Fanqing finally felt much better. Just now, he had been punched by Ling Xiao, and it was really painful. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had shown mercy, or else he would have died a long time ago. "Ningbo, I can't take this lying down," Lao Fanqing said to the old man beside him angrily. "I know, but now is not the time to act rashly. G2 has already said that no one is allowed to cause trouble in Purple Sky City, so please bear with it for a few days," the old man called Ningbo replied. "Damn it, are we just going to let it go like this?" Lao Fanqing said as he slapped the edge of the bed. Ningbo thought for a moment and said, "How about I secretly kill him tonight? When he dies, I believe that G2 can't do anything about it. At that time, as long as the young master doesn't admit it, he won't be able to do anything to you. I believe that the Purple Sky sect won't make a big fuss over a disciple who came to participate in the election. Yes, let's do that. This damned bastard must not be allowed to see tomorrow's sun. Right, and that brat, kill him as well," Lao Fanqing said darkly. "If we do this, I can't stay by the young master's side. After killing him, I must immediately return to Blazing Land City," Ningbo said. "What does it matter? Don't I still have Lao Li and Lao Kai by my side?" Lao Fanqing replied. "Then I will help the young master vent his anger tonight." Ningbo nodded and said, "Good, when I return to the family, I will definitely ask my father to reward you." Lao Fanqing laughed happily, as if he had already seen the tragic deaths of Ling Xiao and Xia Xianxian. In the east direction of the Purple Sky City, there were many giant peaks that rose from the ground. Lush green trees covered the sky, and countless flowers and strange grasses emitted bursts of rich fragrance. Occasionally, a few spirit cranes flew over, adding a bit of a moving color. On the waist of those giant peaks, there were majestic, simple, and dignified jade buildings built on them. They were like pavilions in the sky, but also like immortal palaces in the sky, causing people to gasp in amazement. This was the location of the Purple Sky Sect, a treasure land filled with the spirit energy of heaven and earth. In a courtyard deep in the boudoir, a white-clothed girl who was like a fairy in the mortal world was meditating on a lotus altar. Her dignified appearance caused people to not have the slightest bit of blasphemy. A burst of light footsteps came from outside the courtyard, causing the girl who was meditating to wake up. A pair of ethereal eyes, like the stars, clear and flawless. A middle-aged man wearing a blue shirt came out of the courtyard, bowed and said softly, "Miss Emoku is back." "How did it go?" the girl asked in a voice that sounded like a heavenly messenger. "He won the position of chief, and we have already brought him to the Purple Sky City," the blue-robed middle-aged man replied. "That's good. You can go now. Remember not to spread this matter," the girl said indifferently. "Yes," the blue-robed middle-aged man responded, bowed and retreated. The girl walked in front of a peach tree, her beautiful eyes flowing with gentleness, and softly said, "I have already given you the opportunity. I wonder if you can grasp it?" After a period of bustle, the restaurant returned to peace. Ling Xiao and Yu Lian fought for no less than 5 jars of wine, but the girl was actually not drunk at all, while Wu Xixue was unconscious after drinking 3 jars of wine. Hua Xiaogui was even worse, and she was drunk after drinking less than half a jar of wine. You look like Xiaobai. I didn't expect you to be able to drink so much. I Lian, like men like you. Yu Lian looked straight at Ling Xiao and said. It was unknown whether it was because she drank too much or because she was shy, but her charming face was flushed red, making her look even more charming. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he met Yu Lian's gaze with a smile. Sister Yan, are you confessing to me? It is my Ling Xiao's good fortune to be liked by Sister Yan. Come, let's drink again. Haha. Are you trying to get me drunk? Aren't you afraid of Sister Xiao Shui getting angry? Yu Lian licked her jade lips with a smile. This action made all the young men's Adam's apple move, and their eyes bulged out. The fire in their eyes was about to spit out. They were all secretly exclaiming. This woman is really a demon. Sister Yan, what you said is wrong. This little brother is very pure and definitely won't have any dirty thoughts, said Ling Xiao. Everyone knew that what he said was not true. Is that so? That's a pity. I thought you wanted to go watch the moon with me tonight, Yu Lian said in a sweet voice, her charming eyes filled with seductive charm. Ling Xiao's body inexplicably became hot. Oh my god, this is bad. If this continues, I will provoke the fire in my body. Ling Xiao hurriedly operated the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi to suppress the rising flames of desire. Since Sister Yan is so sincere, I'll naturally risk my life to accompany you. Ling Xiao put on an extremely delicate expression. Seeing that you're in such a difficult position, I won't make things difficult for you. Sigh, it's so hard to find a friend to watch the moon with. Yu Lian sighed. Don't be like that, Sister Yan. This little brother is sincere, Ling Xiao hurriedly said. Haha, then that'll depend on whether or not you're sincere in the future. I'm drunk, so I'm going back to my room to rest. Yu Lian smiled beautifully, twisting her waist like a snake as she walked away. Ling Xiao secretly let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this girl is really strange. Looking at the surrounding men, he saw that all of them were looking in Yu Lian's direction, as if even their souls had been hooked out. At night, Ling Xiao let Xia Xianxian sleep on the wooden bed, while he sat on a chair and fell into deep thought. How should I settle this girl? Ling Xiao pondered. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was a killing night. A black shadow suddenly appeared on the roof of Ling Xiao's house without anyone noticing. Chapter 160. Ling Xiao took Lao Fanqing's 5 moves head-on, but he wasn't completely unscathed. Some hidden injuries that couldn't be healed in time would cause a lot of damage in the future. Now that the Vajra 5 transformation technique had advanced to the 3rd transformation, organs refinement, it was just that he lacked spirit herbs and medicinal pills to assist in his cultivation, so he stopped there. However, this was enough for Ling Xiao to completely recover from this small injury. Golden Xian energy flowed through Ling Xiao's meridians that looked like they were made of gold. Among them was a third of the green glow, which nourished his limbs and organs. If Ling Xiao looked inside, he would be surprised to find that those meridians actually contained the wood attribute. Very soon, the damaged muscles were repaired at an extremely fast speed, and the repaired muscles were glowing with a golden light, appearing extremely mystical and holy, faintly emitting the noble aura of an emperor. After the injuries on his body were completely healed, Ling Xiao began to meditate on his mental strength again. He had already tasted the pleasure of killing people easily with the mind-controlling art. He knew that he had to quickly master the first stage of skill manipulation, to have an extra layer of protection. He knew that the Lao clan would definitely not let this go. Although he still didn't know how strong the Lao clan was, looking at their arrogant behavior, they definitely had something to rely on. Outside, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. This place wasn't like Meteor City. He was all alone. Even if something happened, there wouldn't be anyone to help, so it was better to be careful. The sea of consciousness gradually spread to the surroundings. Nothing within a radius of 100 meters could escape Ling Xiao's senses. This was the benefit of cultivating mental strength. His senses were 10 times stronger than before. If his sea of consciousness condensed mental liquid, nothing within a radius of 500 meters could escape his senses. By then, he could kill a mystic knight-level expert with just mental strength. Even a spirit master level expert would be heavily injured. As the mental strength spread to the extreme, Ling Xiao slowly retracted it. Just as it was about to return, an ominous premonition hit him. Ling Xiao opened his eyes that were filled with light. His breathing didn't change as he looked at the roof. That almost inaudible voice fell into his ears, causing him to become vigilant and ready to act at any time. Just when the people on the roof were about to attack, Ling Xiao took the initiative and the scorching flame sword instantly appeared in his hand from his space ring. Raising his head, he stabbed towards the roof. Ling Xiao had been accumulating strength for this sword strike for a long time. Moreover, it was a surprise attack, so its power was frightening. Crack! In an instant, the roof was blasted into a huge hole. The black figure on the roof didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to determine his position. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and narrowly avoided Ling Xiao's sword. What a cowardly scoundrel! Ling Xiao cursed and leaped up. The black shadow knew that he had been exposed and did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately rushed out of the city. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before chasing after them. For a moment, everyone in the restaurant knew that something had happened. Several figures jumped onto the roof. They watched as Ling Xiao chased after them. Most of them sneered. Since he dared to commit such a crime, his hands must be extremely tough. If he chased after him rashly, I'm afraid that he will only die. Yu Lian pursed her red lips and muttered to herself, "What a reckless fellow." In another direction, a cold and elegant figure frowned slightly. She actually jumped towards Ling Xiao's roof and fell into Ling Xiao's room through the big hole in the roof. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Two silhouettes leaped from roof to roof. Ling Xiao chased with all his might, but the black figure seemed to deliberately slow down, allowing Ling Xiao to catch up. Not long after, the two of them arrived in the wilderness outside the city. "Haha, I didn't think that you would dare to chase after me. Tonight will be the day of your death." The masked man laughed and turned around to send a palm towards Ling Xiao. A huge green palm pressed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swung the fiery sword in his hand and instantly tore the green palm apart. "Good boy, you actually have a Xian weapon. That's great." The masked man's eyes revealed a look of greed. He lightly shouted and sent out a few more powerful palms. Each palm made a crackling sound as it tore through the air. F***ck me. Ling Xiao screamed, retreating again and again, the fiery sword in his hand swinging wildly. Boom. Ling Xiao was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his tiger head was numb from the impact. Is this the strength of a spirit master? It really is scary. Ling Xiao murmured as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'll give you two choices. One is to hand over the Xian weapon and leave you with an intact corpse. Two is that I kill you and take the Xian weapon. However, I won't leave you with an intact corpse. The masked man said sinisterly. Humph, old dog Lao, why hide your head but show your tail? My life is here. Come and take it if you have the ability. Ling Xiao snorted coldly as he circulated the Xian force in his body to the extreme. The 365 meridians that had all been open flowed with abundant Xian force. Very quickly, his fluctuating aura calmed down. In an instant, Ling Xiao's aura was raised to its peak. He decided to personally go all out against this spirit master, to see if his strength was enough to contend against him. Actually, he still had little gold and prodigal child on his spirit beast wristband. However, he wanted to increase his own strength through battle. This was also the fastest way to increase his strength. The masked man tore off the black cloth covering his face and revealed his original appearance. It was indeed the old man beside Lao Fanqing. Since you know it's me, you can die in peace. The old man from the Lao clan snorted coldly and sent out a few palm strikes. Each palm strike contained powerful spirit power. Even a high-level Xian cultivator would die under this palm strike. Ling Zhao's expression was serious as the flaming sword in his hand scattered out countless flames. Rumble. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a third-rank Xian weapon in his hand. Each sword strike was comparable to the strength of a low-level spirit master. The old man from the Lao clan was also a low-level spirit master. When they clashed, Ling Xiao was still able to hold his ground. However, he would definitely lose if he defended for a long time. The old man from the Lao clan took advantage of the time when Ling Xiao was blocking his moves to turn into a phantom and flash towards Ling Xiao's side. Go die. The old man from the Lao clan smiled proudly and fiercely slapped Ling Xiao's waist. Ah! Ling Xiao flew back dozens of meters. Blood splattered and a few of his ribs were broken. The old man from the Lao clan slowly walked over. His expression wasn't careless at all. After all, he saw Ling Xiao take 5 moves from his young master and was fine. He was afraid that Ling Xiao was faking his death. Ling Xiao circulated the 2 Xian techniques and madly cultivated his heavily injured body. This old man is really powerful. Looks like I can only use spirit power to attack him. Ling Xiao lay on the ground and thought. When the old man from the Lao clan was about to reach him, Ling Xiao shot forward and sent out a few strikes with the flaming sword in his hand. Every strike emitted a powerful flame as it flew towards the old man from the Lao clan. The old man from the Lao clan revealed a smile. He didn't dodge and took Ling Xiao's move head-on. Rumble! After the sword strike dissipated, the old man from the Lao clan took a few steps back. A green glow wrapped around his body. Netherworld armor. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he cried out in surprise. This was the defensive energy unique to spirit masters. It could block attacks from those of the same level or below and be unharmed. I've let you jump around for so long. It's time to send you on your way. The old man from the Lao clan said faintly. He opened his palms and a green glow gathered between them. The green glow grew bigger and bigger, and the aura became stronger. Ling Xiao only felt a terrifying threat in his heart. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and the flaming sword in his hand once again shone brightly. A dragon flame courageously roared towards the old man from the Lao clan. A struggle before death. The old man from the Lao clan laughed in disdain. He jumped up from the ground and dodged Ling Xiao's sword strike. His pressure locked Ling Xiao in place. The green glow in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Ling Xiao with unparalleled speed. Ling Xiao couldn't escape from the Lao family's old man's control. He thought, oh no. His body couldn't move at all as he was engulfed by the green glow. Rumble! Ling Xiao's body was thrown far away, and the raging flame in his hand flew out. It looked like he was going to die soon. You should be proud that a little mystic cultivator can make me use my full strength. The old man from the Lao clan smiled and went over to pick up Ling Xiao's flaming sword. It's a really good sword. It's a pity it's a fire attribute, but it doesn't matter. I can use it to exchange for a wood attribute Xian weapon. In the future, my position in the clan will also rise a bit. The old man from the Lao clan muttered as he looked at the flaming sword. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was thought to be dead, jumped up again. Condensed needle stab. Ling Xiao shouted and released his mental power. The invisible mental power turned into needles and rushed towards the old man's sea of consciousness. Ah! The old man was caught off guard and felt like his brain was being pierced by thousands of needles. It made him extremely uncomfortable. The flaming sword in his hand fell out of his hand, and he held his head with both hands while screaming. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to drag his heavily injured body and dashed towards him at high speed. The third style of wind god kick, torrential gale. With a tap of his leg, the tip of his foot poured out like a torrential storm. The leg force was as fierce as a gale. The leg shadows were mixed with black wind blades as it swept towards the old man from the Lao clan who was in pain. Bang bang bang. The old man from the Lao clan didn't have any ability to resist. The leg shadows all landed on his body. The wind stopped and the shadow stopped. Many parts of the old man's body were dented by the footprints. The injured skin still contained the corrosive nature of the connate wind baneful qi. It was slowly eating away at the old man's identity. Quick. Quick, kill me. The old man from the Lao clan rolled on the ground. His sea of consciousness was in a mess, and his muscles were being corroded by the baneful qi. The double torture made him want to die. At this moment, he only wanted to end his life as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao wasn't any better than him. He was panting heavily, and his eyes were getting darker. Poof. Ling Xiao felt that his consciousness was blurring. He quickly bit his lips to maintain his last bit of consciousness. Then he took out the muscle rejuvenation pill and chi recovery pill and immediately swallowed them. Then he picked up the flaming sword on the ground and dragged his heavily injured body back to the city. After the old man from the Lao clan was tortured, only a set of clothes was left on the ground. All his flesh and bones were corroded by the Kane In wind baneful chi. Even the surrounding weeds had withered. If someone were to see this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. Chapter 161. Ling Xiao dragged his seriously injured body back to his room and fell unconscious. If he hadn't cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique, he would have died on the spot after being hit by the Lao family elder twice. Even so, he still suffered very heavy injuries, and his internal organs were all shattered. Fortunately, he took the elixir in time. The 3 parts restoration technique and the Vajra 5 transformation technique were running on their own, and the elixir's power was quickly divided. Unfortunately, he lost too much blood and fainted. Without consciousness, the absorption speed of the 2 mysterious techniques slowed down, and the recovery was naturally much slower. Ling Xiao didn't know that there was another person in his room besides Xia Xianxian. If it was an enemy, Ling Xiao might not be able to see tomorrow's sun. "Sister, how is big brother? Please save him." Xia Xianxian was awakened when Ling Xiao broke the roof and chased after the Lao family elder. Next to her was the cool girl who had helped Xia Xianxian in the restaurant today. The girl was dressed in a simple white satin dress. She was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was smooth like cream. There was a faint cold air around her, making people not dare to get close to her. The girl in white touched Xia Xuanxuan's head, and then bent down to check on Ling Xiao's injury. The girl in white took Ling Xiao's pulse and frowned slightly. Then, she took out 2 elixirs and forced them into Ling Xiao's mouth. "Xianxian, don't worry. Your big brother will get better after some rest," the girl in white said to Xia Xianxian. In fact, she didn't know if Ling Xiao could live through the night. She had just checked Ling Xiao's body and found that Ling Xiao's body was extremely weak. His internal organs were all displaced. If it was an ordinary person, they would have no chance of survival. It was a miracle that Ling Xiao could still maintain his breath. She couldn't bear to make Xia Xianxian sad, so she told a white lie to deceive her. "Oh, then I'll stay here to look after big brother until he gets better." Xia Xianxian sat next to Ling Xiao and looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. In fact, although she was young, she was still very smart. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was covered in wounds, she knew that her big brother was seriously injured. The girl in white saw that Xia Xianxian was so persistent and didn't say anything else. She just glanced at Ling Xiao on the ground, and then sat on the bed to meditate. After some time, Xia Xianxian, who was sitting next to Ling Xiao, gradually became sleepy and finally fell asleep sitting. While lying on the ground, Ling Xiao's body began to change. A golden glow slowly rose from his body. The glow grew larger and larger until it illuminated the entire room. The white-robed girl who was meditating sensed that something was wrong. She opened her eyes and looked at Ling Xiao, who was wrapped in golden light. She opened her mouth slightly and looked surprised. At this time, Ling Xiao was in the process of self-recovery. At this time, Ling Xiao was repairing himself. Previously, he had taken his own elixir, and the white-clothed girl had given him 2 more. The powerful elixir was enough to support the absorption of the 2 great mysterious techniques. It was just that the speed was a little slow, but it was truly restoring and nourishing the muscles in his body. The profound energy that had long been drained was also replenished. Ling Xiao showed a strong vitality again. This was the magical effect of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. The night passed quickly and Ling Xiao's body was extremely dazzling. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. "Oh." Ling Xiao opened his eyes slightly and let out a soft cry. "Big brother, you're awake," Xia Xianxian immediately exclaimed. "Xianxian, why are you sitting here?" Ling Xiao said weakly. Although his body had recovered, he had lost a lot of blood, and his body was not at its best. "Big brother, you were injured last night. Sister Shui saved you," Xia Xianxian said. "Sister Shui?" Ling Xiao stood up and looked around the room. There was no one there. Xia Xianxian also turned around to look, but she didn't see the white-shirt sister. She was here just now. Where did she go? Xia Xianxian asked in confusion. Okay, big brother got it. Xianxian, hurry up and sleep on the bed. Your dark eyes are like a big tabby cat. Big brother will get you something to eat later. Ling Xiao touched Xia Xuanxuan's head and said. Xia Xianxian nodded her head obediently and climbed onto the bed to sleep. Ling Xiao looked at it with satisfaction, then sat down on the chair and began to meditate again. After an hour, Ling Xiao woke up again. Phew, that was dangerous. I almost died. Luckily I survived. After the election, I should be able to break through again. Ling Xiao let out a soft cry. It was too risky this time. If he had released the prodigal or Xiao Jin earlier, he would not have had to suffer like this. But he did not regret it. Only by experiencing life and death battles could he accumulate more fighting experience and opportunities to break through. After the battle last night, Ling Xiao clearly felt that his bottleneck was loosening. His mid-level dark force had also reached the peak. As long as he adjusted his state of mind, he could try to break through to the high-level mystic realm. He had been in the mid-level mystic realm for more than half a year. If he had not put most of his energy into alchemy and training his mental power, he would have broken through to the high-level mystic realm. But there are gains and losses. Although he did not speed up his advancement, he felt that it was worth it to become a respected alchemist. Moreover, he could use mental power to attack. What a mistake! After Ling Xiao brought Xia Xianxian out of the room, many people saw Ling Xiao and were surprised. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Good morning, boss. Let's go out for a walk today. Hua Xiaogui appeared in front of Ling Xiao and smiled. He was drunk last night and slept soundly on the bed. He did not know that Ling Xiao was attacked. No problem. But let's take care of my stomach first and make a few sets of clothes for Xianxian. Ling Xiao replied. All right, let's go eat together. Hua Xiaogui agreed readily. Ever since Hua Xiaogui came out of the family, only Ling Xiao did not mind his identity as a mid-level profound practitioner. The others seemed to be unwilling to be associated with him. After all, most of the people in the family were experts of the mystic realm. He was the only one who was a profound practitioner. If others knew that he was an alchemist, he was afraid that they would rush to curry favor with him. After the meal, Ling Xiao found a tailor shop to make 5 sets of clothes for Xia Xianxian. Every set was made of high-quality satin. After Xia Xianxian changed into the clothes, she looked like a cute little princess. Her pink face was extremely lovable. She did not look like a beggar at all. Xianxian, where is your home? Big brother will send you back, okay? Ling Xiao hugged Xia Xianxian and asked softly. Yesterday when he saved Xia Xianxian, he did not ask where she lived. Now that his election was imminent, he could not bring Xia Xianxian along. He could only let her go home first and teach her cultivation when the time was right. Speaking of home, Xia Xuanxuan's small eyes were filled with tears. Big brother. Xianxian does not have a home. Ling Zhao's heart ached for no reason. She was too similar to him in his previous life. They were both homeless orphans. He immediately wiped away the tears on her small face and said, Don't cry. Big brother will bring you along and teach you cultivation in the future, okay? Xia Xianxian stopped crying and looked at Ling Xiao and nodded firmly. Ling Xiao took Xia Xianxian and Hua Xiaogui to stroll around Purple Sky City. There were all kinds of shops here, and occasionally there were disciples wearing Purple Sky Sect's martial robes, setting up stalls on the roadside. After some inquiry, Ling Xiao found out that these Purple Sky Sect disciples were selling things they did not need. They did not want to sell them to shops, but chose to set up stalls in order to sell them at a good price. After all, there were many people coming and going in the Purple Sky City, and martial artists from all over the world would often come here to treasure. This was because there were many good things for sale here, such as spirit grass, weapons. If one was lucky and found something suitable for their own cultivation, then it would be worth it. Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui looked around, just like country bumpkins entering the city. Looking at the things that were displayed, they were extremely curious. This is a blood star vine. Hua Xiaogui came to a stall and looked at a scarlet-red spirit grass in surprise. Little brother, you have good eyesight. Second level low-level blood star vine, only 8,000 gold coins. If you want, I have a total of 3 here, only 16,000 gold coins. The man who set up the stall said. This man was about 30 years old, and had the strength of a high-level profound disciple. However, looking at the symbol of his martial robes, he should only be an outer sect disciple of the Purple Sky sect. This is too expensive. The Bloodstar Vine is worth at most 5,000 gold coins. I'll give you 3 for 13,000 gold coins. Hua Xiaogui was a first-grade alchemist, so he was very familiar with the price of these spirit grass. Little brother, your price is too high. I took a risk to get it. If you really want 15,000 gold coins, then there is no other price. The man who set up the stall said. 13,000 is already the highest price in the market. Do you want to sell it or not? In any case, this Bloodstar Vine can only be used to refine pills. It's useless for ordinary people, Hua Xiaogui said. Ling Xiao looked at the dignified Hua Xiaogui. He felt that this guy looked weak and easy to bully, but it turned out that he had such a stubborn side. When he thought about how this guy stood by his side yesterday, Ling Xiao regarded him as a brother who would give his all. Seeing that Hua Xiaogui was so determined, the man shook his head and sold the 3 Bloodstar Vines to Hua Xiaogui. Bloodstar Vines are not easy to find. If other alchemists saw them, it wouldn't be a problem to sell these 3 for 25,000 gold coins. It's a big profit. Hua Xiaogui said to Ling Xiao happily, and then put away the Bloodstar Vines. I didn't expect you to really have a way. Come, let's go over there and take a look. Ling Xiao said, and then walked forward again. After walking for a while, Hua Xiaogui actually collected a lot of second-grade spirit grass. This guy bought them after killing for a while. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. If it was him, he would not bargain and directly leave after paying the gold coins. After walking for a short distance, Ling Xiao saw a sloppy young man with 2 small golden flowers in front of him. At first glance, it deeply attracted Ling Xiao's eyes. Golden orchid. Ling Xiao pulled Xia Xianxian and quickly walked in front of the sloppy young man. He looked at the 2 small golden flowers on the ground and exclaimed, Boss, the golden orchid is not useful. Let's wait, let's go to the other side. Hua Xiaogui also looked at the golden orchid and felt that it was not interesting. He was afraid that Ling Xiao did not know about it, so he pulled him away. However, Ling Xiao stood still and asked the young man, How much are these 2 flowers? I want them. Chapter 162. The 3rd level low golden orchid was a useless spirit grass in everyone's eyes. Everyone knew that it was a spirit grass that disguised itself as a metal type. The user's body would shine with a bright light, just like a spirit master's netherworld armor. This kind of disguise could scare off opponents below the spirit master level, but in reality, it couldn't increase the strength of a spirit master, so it could be said that it wasn't worth much. Hua Xiaogui thought that Ling Xiao didn't understand the characteristics of the golden orchid, so she pulled him away. Who knew that Ling Xiao would directly ask for the price, so she couldn't just leave. The sloppy young man raised his eyes and said with a hoarse voice, I don't need gold coins, I only want Xian crystals. Xian crystals? Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui were both stunned. Normally, expensive spirit grass, Xian weapons, pills, and Xian techniques could be exchanged for Xian crystals, but the golden orchid in front of them didn't seem to be worth it. Big brother, you really like to joke. The golden orchid doesn't seem to have that value. Ling Xiao looked at the sloppy young man and said, Big brother, why are you paying attention to him? There's definitely something wrong with his head. Let's go look elsewhere. Hua Xiaogui said unhappily. The sloppy young man looked at Ling Xiao and said again, Buy it or leave it. What kind of attitude is that? Hua Xiaogui said with disdain, and Ling Xiao was about to leave. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still followed Hua Xiaogui. But before he left, he gave the sloppy young man a meaningful look. He didn't plan on letting go of the golden orchid since it was very useful to him. Moreover, it wasn't common to find golden orchids. They didn't walk far before they found a high-level 2 spirit grass. This time, Hua Xiaogui didn't have enough gold coins, so Ling Xiao bought it for 150,000 gold coins. Previously at the Luo clan's auction, Ling Xiao had used a level 3 wind grass to sell for more than 10 million gold coins. After deducting what he had at that time, He still had a few million gold coins left. He was now a rich man. After walking around, Ling Xiao sold quite a few level 2 spirit grasses. These were all essential spirit grasses for alchemy. Hua Xiaogui was surprised that Ling Xiao bought so many spirit grasses. "Boss, what type are you?" Hua Xiaogui asked. It's of the metal element." "Why?" Ling Xiao replied. "Then why did you buy so many spiritual herbs of the 5 elements?" Hua Xiaogui asked. Ling Xiao was of the metal attribute, so Hua Xiaogui did not feel anything wrong with him buying the metal attribute spiritual grasses, but Ling Xiao actually bought the 5 elemental spiritual grasses, which made him puzzled. Ling Xiao smiled but did not say anything. He did not plan to let others know of his identity as an alchemist for the time being. At this moment, the sloppy young man selling the golden orchids actually packed up his things and prepared to leave. Looking at the way he walked, he was actually lame. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. What a pity. He sensed that this sloppy young man had the cultivation of a high-level mystic cultivator. With his age, it should not be difficult for him to break through to the spirit master level in the future. Just as Ling Xiao was deep in thought, 4 ruffians walked over and blocked the sloppy young man's path with a playful smile on their faces. The freckled young man had a disgusting smile on his face and said, "Chi Hu, didn't I warn you yesterday not to set up a stall here? Did you forget?" The sloppy young man raised his eyes and avoided the freckled young man. He did not want to be entangled with him. However, the other party was obviously here to find trouble. Naturally, they would not let him go so easily. The freckled young man's companions blocked him again. "Chi Hu, don't pretend to be deaf and mute. Leave the golden orchids behind and maybe I will let you go. Otherwise hee." The freckled young man laughed sinisterly. "Get lost." The sloppy young man roared. His voice was very loud, like the roar of a tiger coming down the mountain, shocking people's hearts. Ling Xiao did not think that the sloppy young man's voice would be so terrifying. Even his soul felt like it was being hit. Could this be a lion's roar? No, it should be a tiger's roar. Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. "Boss, let's go. It won't be good if we get into trouble." Hua Xiaogui pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes and said, "What's the rush? Look, the others are not leaving." Ling Xiao replied. None of the people who set up the stalls left. Instead, they all had smiles on their faces. They were not afraid that they would be implicated. "I gave you face but you don't want it. Break his other leg." The freckled young man said sinisterly. "Haha, if I knew you were Fan Ren's lackey, why did you have to find such a lowly excuse?" The sloppy young man laughed at the sky. His laughter was filled with sorrow and anger. "You are not worth the boss's attention. Go." The freckled young man waved his hand again. The other 3 young men immediately attacked the sloppy young man. The sloppy young man's reaction was also very fast. He tilted his face slightly, twisted his body, and dodged 2 attacks. His other fist collided head-on with one of the young men. The young man who collided head-on with him was only a middle-level mystic cultivator. He was instantly pushed back 5 steps. The sloppy young man did not seem to be better off. He staggered back 3 steps and almost fell. At this time, the 3 young men saw the opportunity and rushed forward. Even though the sloppy young man was a high-level mystic cultivator, one of his legs was not agile. He only managed to resist a few moves before he was suppressed by the 3 men. 2 of them were middle-level mystic cultivators, and 1 was low-level mystic cultivator. Their attacks all contained elemental attacks. Soon, the sloppy young man was beaten to the ground. But he was tough enough. He did not even make a sound. "Enough. Break his other leg. Don't appear in front of us again. Otherwise, it won't be so easy next time." The freckled young man walked over and stepped on the sloppy young man's face. The people at the side were all watching the show. No one stepped forward to help. Just when one of them was about to break the sloppy young man's leg, a lazy voice sounded. "What kind of man are you to bully a person who can't fight back?" The one who stood out was Ling Xiao. He did not want to meddle in other people's business. Who asked him to urgently need the golden orchid? He had no choice but to be a good person for once. He sighed in his heart. "It's good that it's a beauty. I can even get the reputation of a hero saving a beauty." The freckled young man looked at Ling Xiao and said with a disdainful smile, "Brat, are you sure you want to meddle in other people's business? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble?" "Of course I'm afraid, but I just want his golden orchid. I don't know if you guys can part with it." Ling Xiao made a little scared gesture and said, "Humph, don't you know that you're snatching food from the tiger's mouth? Jianzi, knock out his front teeth for me. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense in the future." The freckled young man coldly snorted. As the outer sect disciples of the Purple Sky sect, their status was quite high. Most people recognized their martial clothes and did not dare to be presumptuous towards them. But now a brat came out and talked nonsense. If they did not teach this brat a lesson, they were afraid that others would think that they were people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A young man walked out, twisted his neck, and said with a sinister smile, "Brat, come here. Grandpa will help you pull out your teeth. If you want to be my grandson, I'll think you're too young." Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The young man's face darkened. Without saying anything, he punched towards Ling Xiao's lower jaw. The punch was like the wind, and its momentum was like a rainbow. "Boss, be careful," Hua Xiaogui exclaimed from the side. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to be smashed, he slowly raised one hand and grabbed the young man's hand. Then he punched out with the other. Ah! The young man's mouth was punched by Ling Xiao. Fresh blood splattered out of his mouth, and two of his front teeth flew out. Then Ling Xiao kicked his lower abdomen. The young man flew a few meters away like a dead dog. Although Ling Xiao and the young man were at the same level, Ling Xiao cultivated the powerful three parts return to origin qi. He had already cultivated the first two levels, and his profound strength was comparable to a high-level profound practitioner. The young man in front of him was naturally not his opponent. "All of you go. This brat is tired of living." The freckled young man frowned and called out to his other two companions. The two companions were not careless anymore. They each took out their weapons and greeted Ling Xiao. For a moment, the bystanders all hid far away. Hua Xiaogui also retreated with Xia Xianxian in his arms. Is Boss the legendary low-key madman who pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger? Hua Xiaogui thought doubtfully in his heart. His eyes were filled with admiration. The reason why Hua Xiaogui got close to Ling Xiao was because Ling Xiao did not look down on him because of his low strength. The other reason was that he admired Ling Xiao's glib tongue. He had a deep understanding of it all the way to Purple Sky City. Now his impression of Ling Xiao deepened once again. Along the way to Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao only chatted with him and Wu Xixue. He was very low-key like him, and did not have the slightest arrogance. However, after coming to Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao exceeded his expectations. He actually caused trouble one after another, and his methods were very tough. It was as if he could never see how strong he was. Bang bang! The two young men who came up were knocked down by Ling Xiao in just a moment. Ling Xiao did not make a heavy hand. He just let them retreat. "Big brother, do you want to fight again?" Ling Xiao walked to the front of the pockmarked young man and asked with a smile, as if he had not fought with him just now. The pockmarked young man couldn't help but take a step back. He did not expect the strength of the young man in front of him to be so strong. He was only at the peak of the middle stage profound realm. Naturally, he did not dare to fight with the other party. You have to think clearly. We are the disciples of Purple Sky Sect. If you offend us, it is equivalent to offending our Purple Sky Sect. At that time, you will not be able to bear the consequences. The pockmarked young man said, "Hee, trash like you are just trash at the bottom of the sect. Don't worry, I will also become a member of the sect in a few days. At that time, I will have to nag with several senior brothers." Ling Xiao said with a light smile, his eyes full of contempt. He did not expect that the disciples of Purple Sky Sect also had such trash. However, when he thought that as long as there were people, there would be struggles, so he did not pursue it further. In this continent, only the fist is hard is the hard truth. Are you a new disciple who came to participate in this year's election? The pockmarked young man was surprised. Of course, I will soon be able to call you senior brothers. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph, you offended us and still want to pass the election? You really don't know life from death. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to us to admit your mistakes, and then take out some good things to show filial piety to us. Maybe you will still have a chance to enter the sect. The pockmarked young man said, pretending to be deep. Okay, then I will give it to you. Watch carefully, Ling Xiao said with a smile, and without warning he slapped out a palm. Chapter 163. Pa. The pockmarked young man was sent flying by Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao still had a sense of propriety. He only broke the young man's nose and gave him a minor injury. Get lost, I won't argue with you for the sake of the sect. Right, don't forget my name is Lao Fanqing, Ling Xiao said lightly. This guy already considered himself a disciple of the Purple Sky sect, because he had a strong confidence that he would enter the Purple Sky sect. His wife was also inside. No matter what, he had to enter the Purple Sky sect. He didn't think that these outer sect disciples in front of him had the ability to obstruct him from entering the Purple Sky sect. You are also surnamed Lao? Good, you are very good. I don't think you can enter the sect. The pockmarked young man covered his painful face. After shouting a few words, he resentfully left with his people. Ling Xiao didn't know that the small character he thought would leave him a lot of trouble in a few days. Boss, why do you say you are Lao Fanqing? Hua Xiaogui asked in a low voice. This name is good, I borrowed it to use, Ling Xiao said and spread out his hands. Ahaha, I know you want to. Hua Xiaogui thought for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Before Hua Xiaogui finished speaking, Ling Xiao interrupted him and said, It's good that you know, don't be arrogant, we are low-key people. He boss, he's leaving. Hua Xiaogui laughed. Then she saw that sloppy young man crawl up, dragging his heavily injured body as he slowly walked away. Big brother, he is so pitiful, Xia Xianxian, who was in Hua Xiaogui's arms, looked at the sloppy young man and said with sympathy, Little turtle, you take Xianxian back to the restaurant first, I will go back later. Ling Xiao looked at the sloppy young man with a complicated look, and then said to Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui knew that Ling Xiao must be doing this for Jin Lanhua. So he nodded and left with Xia Xianxian. The sloppy young man was already lame, and after being beaten, his body was even worse. It was even more difficult for him to walk. However, Ling Xiao would not help him now, because he knew that this man had his own dignity and backbone. If he went over to help him now, he was afraid that he would hurt his self-esteem, and then he would not be able to achieve his goal. After walking for an hour, the sloppy young man arrived in front of a small, remote house. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? The sloppy young man said without turning his head. Aren't you going to invite me in? Ling Xiao didn't answer the question. The sloppy young man hesitated for a moment before opening the door and walking in. The door wasn't closed and the meaning was clear. Ling Xiao walked in. The house was very messy. There were wine bottles everywhere, and there was a strong stench. It was as if he had walked into a latrine pit. If it was someone else, they would probably turn around and leave immediately. But Ling Xiao's endurance was not bad, and he still had a light smile on his face. If you want Jin Lanhua, take out 5 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals, and I will give them to you. The sloppy young man sat down against a corner wall, and as he spoke, he crushed some low-grade herbs and bound them to his wounds. Ling Xiao took out a bottle of dew-returning pill and handed it over. Use this, it will heal faster. Ling Xiao's sincerity was very sincere, and there was no trace of it being fake. The sloppy young man didn't stand on ceremony, and took 2 pills in a row. I have mysterious crystals, but you should understand that it can't cure your feet, Ling Xiao said to the sloppy young man. Ling Xiao seemed to have hit the sloppy young man's sore spot. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately said excitedly, It can't cure my feet, but I can use it to exchange for 3rd-grade medicinal pills. Hearing this, Ling Xiao understood what he meant. This guy must have some unspeakable difficulties. You should know that Jin Lanhua is not worth 5 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals, and no one will take it out to exchange with you, right? Ling Xiao said lightly. If you can't take out the mysterious crystals, then get out, the sloppy young man said bluntly. I just saved your life, so I can be considered your benefactor. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Ling Xiao asked. I didn't ask you to save me, and you did it for my Jin Lanhua, the sloppy young man said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled playfully. This guy really had a character. He wanted him to be under his feet, and it was not bad to let him be his servant. For a person like this, the more stubborn he was, as long as he was willing to follow him, he would be a very loyal servant. You want the mysterious crystals to cure your feet? Ling Xiao asked again. However, the sloppy young man just glanced at him and didn't say anything. Ling Xiao didn't care and continued. If I have a way to give you a third-grade muscle bone replenishing pill, I wonder if you will give me the Jin Lanhua? The sloppy young man's tiger-like eyes shone, but he quickly calmed down and said, Why should I believe you? Because I am a third-grade alchemist, Ling Xiao said with his hands behind his back. Haha. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You actually dare to use such words to deceive me. Get out of here. Even if I die, I won't give you the Jin Lanhua. The sloppy young man laughed wildly as if he had heard a big joke. If this kid in front of him was a third-grade alchemist, then there would be alchemists everywhere in this world. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring, as well as some spirit herbs. The sloppy young man's eyes widened as he stared at Ling Xiao's space ring, shock filling his eyes. He didn't expect that this young man would actually have such a rare treasure, and looking at the cauldron and spirit herbs he had taken out, it seemed that he really did have the appearance of an alchemist. Ling Xiao glanced at the sloppy young man disapprovingly, and then began to perform alchemy in front of him. After Ling Xiao threw the spirit herbs into the cauldron, the medicinal essence was quickly extracted. After more than half a year of hard work, Ling Xiao had already used the flame shadow palm 24 times, and his speed was extremely fast. If Meteorite City's alchemist Yuan Ping were to see Ling Xiao's current speed, he would likely die of embarrassment. When Ling Xiao competed with Yuan Ping, he didn't use his full speed, so as not to further damage Yuan Ping's confidence. Now, in order to make this sloppy young man completely believe in him, Ling Xiao didn't mind showing off his skills in front of him. As all the spirit herbs were extracted, a rich medicinal power filled the entire room. In less than half an hour, Ling Xiao had concocted a batch of medicinal pellets. The sloppy young man looked at everything Ling Xiao had done, and his heart had already set off a storm. Ling Xiao put away the pills and handed them to the sloppy young man. This is a muscle-warming pill. Take one every day to dredge your broken muscles and bones. Wait for me to find the main spirit herbs for refining the muscle and bone regeneration pill, ox tendon vine and yellow marrow grass. Then I'll help you refine the pill. The sloppy young man tremblingly stretched out his hands to receive Ling Xiao's muscle-warming pill, and his cold eyes finally showed a strange expression. He took a deep breath and immediately swallowed a muscle-warming pill. The muscle-warming pill was a Tier 2 pill. It had the effect of warming and nourishing the tendons, and could strengthen a martial artist's meridians, making them more tenacious and expanded. Before coming to the Purple Sky Sect, Ling Xiao had already bought a large number of Tier 1 to Tier 2 spirit herbs from the Spirit Herb Hall, in case of emergencies. After taking the muscle-warming pill, the sloppy young man clearly felt that the medicinal power of the pill was taking effect, and the lame leg that had not felt for a long time had a slight swelling pain. After a while, the swelling pain disappeared, and he slightly felt that he could use a little bit of strength, which made him ecstatic. The sloppy young man looked up at Ling Xiao, hesitated for a moment, and immediately knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, Master, I, Kuanghu, have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me. These 2 golden orchids are offered to Master. Please Master can refine the muscle and bone regeneration pill for me. This sloppy young man's original name was Li Kuanghu. Don't misunderstand, he was not a member of Meteorite City's Li family, but came from a small and remote city. He was only 25 years old now. 3 years ago, he and Ling Xiao had come to participate in the Purple Sky Sect's Outer Sect Disciple election. In the process of participating in the election, he had offended Lao Fanren, who had participated in the election with him, and had his leg and hamstrings broken. If it wasn't for the fact that the Purple Sky Sect didn't allow killing, he would have died at that time. In the past 3 years, he had been too ashamed to return to his hometown, and had been wandering around the Purple Sky City, hoping that one day he would be able to recover his crippled leg and pull himself together. However, as far as he knew, in order to cure his crippled leg, he would have to have a Tier 3 pill, the bone regeneration pill. A pill that could reach the tier 3 could only be found by chance, not by searching for it. Moreover, a tier 3 pill could not be bought with gold coins. It could only be bought with profound crystals. Profound crystals were scarce everywhere, so Li Kuanghu could only set up a stall with the 2 golden orchids he had obtained in his early years, hoping to exchange them for profound crystals. However, he knew that the golden orchids were not worth the profound crystals, but he was unwilling to give up. God pitied him and finally let him run into Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he could hold on. Perhaps before he could find the pill, he would be played to death by Lao Fanren's follower. Ling Xiao unceremoniously took the golden orchids and put them into the space ring. A tier 3 pill is not so easy to refine. The 2 main spirit grasses are hard to find. You have to be prepared to wait for a long time, Ling Xiao said faintly. I know, no matter how long I wait, I am willing to wait. Master must help me. Li Kuanghu saw hope again, and didn't care about any man's resentment. He kept kowtowing to Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao could really cure him. Get up first. Ling Xiao helped Li Kuanghu up, and immediately said, Since I have already said it, of course I will refine it for you. But you should know that there is no free thing in this world, right? As long as Master is willing to save me, I, Li Kuanghu, am willing to follow Master for life, go through water and tread on fire, and die 10,000 times, Li Kuanghu said very seriously. Good, from now on you are my servant, Ling Xiao replied with a smile, and then he said, Don't worry, being my servant will not disgrace you. In the future, you will be proud of your choice. 3 of Ling Xiao's 5 most powerful servants in the future had been seen. Chapter 164. Obtaining the golden orchid was imperative for Ling Xiao, but subduing Li Kuanghu was beyond his expectations. Since he chose to let Li Kuanghu be his servant, he should first give him a home in Purple Sky City, so that he could recuperate. Moreover, Ling Xiao also planned to temporarily entrust Xia Xianxian to Li Kuanghu to take care of. After he had truly established himself in Purple Sky Sect, he would then think of a way to arrange for them. Ling Xiao spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins to buy a remote and secluded courtyard as a place for Li Kuanghu and Xia Xianxian to settle down. Kuanghu, you will live here for the time being. I have 1,000,000 gold coins here. You can take it first. In the future, I will hire a few servants to take care of it. I will go pick up my little sister, and you can take care of her for a while. After I have a firm foothold in Purple Sky Sect, I will think of a way to help you refine pills. Ling Xiao handed a large bag of gold coins to Li Kuanghu and instructed. Li Kuanghu was not a sentimental person. He took the gold coins and nodded. Yes, young master. Ling Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, it won't be long before you get your revenge. Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao gratefully and nodded heavily. Although he did not know what kind of power Ling Xiao had behind him, with Ling Xiao's identity as a third-grade alchemist, he could definitely become a pivotal figure in Purple Sky Sect. If he really wanted to take revenge on him, it was not impossible. After explaining everything, Ling Xiao returned to the restaurant to pick up Xia Xianxian. At the same time, he also asked Hua Xiaogui if she would like to live here with him. Anyway, there were still a few days before the election. It was better to live in his own place than to live in a restaurant. Hua Xiaogui followed Ling Xiao's lead, so of course she readily agreed. It was just that she was a little reluctant to part with Wu Xixue. Boss, you bought such a big courtyard and plan to settle down in Purple Sky City in the future? Hua Xiaogui looked at the big family and asked. He really did not expect Ling Xiao to be so rich that he could even buy such a big courtyard. This is just a temporary place to stay. We will be participating in the election in a few days, so we naturally can't take care of Xianxian. Let her stay here first, Ling Xiao replied. The 3 of them entered the house together. After Hua Xiaogui saw Li Kuanghu, she was quite surprised. Hua Xiaogui, Li Kuanghu will be one of us from now on. Ling Xiao briefly introduced them. Although Ling Xiao made Li Kuanghu his servant, he wouldn't really treat Li Kuanghu as a lowly servant. Hello, young Master Gui, Mississippi. Li Kuanghu chose to be Ling Xiao's servant, so he had the awareness of being a good servant. He immediately bowed and greeted Hua Xiaogui. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao hugged Xia Xianxian and said, Xianxian, can you stay here with Uncle Hu from now on? Xia Xianxian nodded obediently and asked, Big brother, where are you going? Don't you want Xianxian anymore? Ling Xiao touched her little head and said tenderly, Little fool, of course Big brother wants Xianxian. It's just that Big brother has something to do in a few days, so I can't accompany Xianxian. But don't worry, Big brother will come back to see Xianxian when he's free. In Ling Zhao's heart, he had already treated Xia Xianxian as his sister. Then promise Xianxian that you must come back to see Xianxian often, okay? Xia Xianxian said in a pleading tone. Well, Big brother promises you, Ling Xiao replied. In the next few days, apart from going out with Hua Xiaogui to buy spirit herbs, Ling Xiao came back to teach Xia Xianxian some basic breathing techniques, so that she could build a good foundation first. Xia Xianxian was quite smart. She could often understand the main idea after he said it 2 or 3 times, which saved Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. Hua Xiaogui, on the other hand, would show off his tenbin in front of Ling Xiao whenever he was free. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, he was just a young boy who had just entered the profession. There were still many things that he needed to learn and understand. Ling Xiao wanted to tell his identity to Hua Xiaogui many times, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait until later. Although Hua Xiaogui did not seem to have any ulterior motives, one must always be on guard. It would not be too late to let him know in the future when they were more familiar. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and today was the day to enter the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui had already arrived at the restaurant to wait. When Lao Fanqing saw Ling Xiao appear, he was extremely shocked. He sent his elders to kill Ling Xiao, thinking that it was foolproof, so he did not pay attention to the final result. Seeing Ling Xiao looking at him with a smile, he only felt uncomfortable and quickly found another place to hide. He thought in his heart, What's going on with Uncle Ning? He actually didn't get rid of this kid. When I return to the family, I will definitely teach him a lesson. This time, a total of nearly 300 young geniuses from the major cities under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect came to participate in this election. These young people were the most outstanding talents of their respective families with tenbin. Other than a few special existences, each of them had at least the strength of a low-level profound disciple. Most of them had the strength of a middle-level profound disciple, and there were more than 10 high-level profound disciples. After everyone gathered, the city lord of the Purple Sky City, G2, appeared in front of everyone. All of you, get on the horse and follow me into the sect, G2 said simply and took the lead to set off. The Purple Sky sect was built in the middle of the mountains, where the spirit chi of heaven and earth was extremely abundant, and the environment was very quiet and pleasant. From afar, the majestic and ethereal pavilions that looked like immortal palaces made everyone excited and yearn for them. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, a handsome young man riding a level 2 green wind crane appeared in the sky above them. It's him. Ling Zhao's heart trembled. The handsome young man in front of him was actually the person Ling Xiao had seen in the desolate mountain range, Huang Yifeng. At that time, Ling Xiao was almost killed by him in the illusory valley, and he seemed to be Yin Mingqi's senior brother. Greetings, Deacon Tuesday. The sect asked me to come out and lead the disciples up the mountain, Huang Yifeng said to G2 indifferently after jumping off the green wind crane. G2 replied, Then I'll have to trouble you. I'll return to the city first. Thank you, Deacon Tuesday. Huang Yifeng cupped his hands and said. Then, he coldly and arrogantly swept his gaze over everyone and said in a clear voice, Everyone dismount and follow me into the sect. 300 people dismounted and walked up the stone steps in a grandiose manner. A few young girls whispered to Huang Yifeng at the bottom. That senior brother is so cool. How good would it be if we could cultivate together? What love-struck fool, can't you see how arrogant he is? I think he probably won't like you. Men are all cheap wretches. As long as I raise my eyes, he'll definitely take the bait. Then you can try. Maybe you won't even need to participate in the selection, and you'll be directly selected. Ling Xiao landed in the middle of the crowd and was not discovered by Huang Yifeng. He wasn't afraid of Huang Yifeng, but he didn't want to cause any more trouble before participating in the selection. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to, some things would always go against his will. From the foot of the mountain to the sect, there were a total of 1,999 steps. Even though everyone was a Mystic Knight-level expert, after walking up this flight of stairs, everyone was drenched in sweat and extremely exhausted. There were even more than a dozen people who couldn't take it, and even took a qi replenishing pill to finish this journey. Halfway through, Hua Xiaogui almost couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, Ling Xiao encouraged him by the side. Just treat this as a test to enter the sect. Walk on with your willpower. This will be very beneficial to our future cultivation. In the end, Hua Xiaogui didn't take the pill and relied on Ling Xiao's willpower to persevere to the end. You, and the rest of you don't need to participate in the selection. Huang Yifeng pointed at the 10 people who had taken the pill. Why? We've traveled thousands of miles to get here, and now that we're in the sect, we're not allowed to participate in the selection? That's right, why? The selection hasn't even started. What rights do you have? That's right, we have to wait for the deacon to explain things to us. More than a dozen people kept shouting at Huang Yifeng. You can't even finish walking 1,999 steps, and you still need to take the pill to recover your energy. This proves that your willpower isn't strong enough. What qualifications do you have to participate in the selection? If you're not convinced, then step forward. But in a while, you might not be able to continue standing. Huang Yifeng snorted. When the 10 people heard Huang Yifeng's words, they couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. But in their hearts, they thought unwillingly, when we came up, we didn't say that we couldn't take the pill. They only dared to think about it, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, if they were really beaten down, they would be asking for it. Following that, Huang Yifeng said to the remaining people, "You guys go to the side and rest for a while. When your deacons arrive, they will tell you the rules of the selection." With that, Huang Yifeng turned and left. When Huang Yifeng had walked halfway, 5 people from the same sect walked out. "Senior Huang, please wait a moment." The young man in the lead called out to Huang Yifeng. "What's the matter, Junior Lao?" Huang Yifeng asked. The young man with the surname Lao was Lao Fanren, and the 4 people beside him were the pockmarked face and the others who had been taught a lesson by Ling Xiao a few days ago. "Senior Huang, can I have a word with you?" Lao Fanren asked with a mysterious expression. Huang Yifeng hesitated for a moment before following him to the side. "Senior Huang, did the new batch of disciples arrive outside?" "That's right. What is Junior Lao planning?" "Haha, Senior Huang is indeed smart. Junior brother wants to." Lao Fanren laughed and then whispered something into Huang Yifeng's ear. Huang Yifeng's face revealed an awkward expression. "Senior Huang, as long as you slow down a little, I can quickly settle it," Lao Fanren pleaded. Lao Fanren had a request for Huang Yifeng, so he was naturally prepared. A low-grade black crystal appeared in his hand, and he stuffed it into Huang Yifeng's hand. Huang Yifeng looked at the black crystal in his hand and said, "Then Junior Lao should quickly settle it. Otherwise, if the elders find out, I won't be able to bear the consequences." "Senior Huang, rest assured, I definitely won't cause you any trouble," Lao Fanren said, then called out to his people and walked out. Ling Xiao lazily looked at the grand hall in front of him, which looked like a ghost axe. He was shocked. "I don't know when I'll be able to have a territory like this, and bring a few girls to have some fun. How cool would that be?" Ling Xiao laughed lewdly in his heart. The sound of impatient footsteps interrupted his thoughts. When Ling Xiao saw who it was, he cursed in his heart. "Oh no!" Chapter 165. The Purple Sky Sect's disciples were divided into 3 levels. The lowest and the most numerous were the Outer Sect disciples. The Purple Sky Sect recruited disciples from the cities under their jurisdiction every 3 years. After many years of recruitment, there were more than 5,000 Outer Sect disciples. These Outer Sect disciples were all managed by the sect deacons and assigned tasks. The second highest position was the Inner Sect disciples. To be able to become an Inner Sect disciple, one's own tenbin was naturally the highest of all the Outer Sect disciples. They relied on their outstanding cultivation tenbin, battle tenbin, crafting, and alchemy Tenbin to have the chance to become an inner sect disciple. The main thing was that the elders of the peaks personally chose them. Becoming a disciple of the peaks would mean becoming an inner sect disciple. This status was like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Their status was many times higher than that of an outer sect disciple. In the sect, there were only about 350 inner sect disciples. In addition, among the many disciples, the highest level was the sect's most mysterious direct disciple. Every direct disciple was the future pillar of the Purple Sky sect. They represented the highest level of the new generation of the sect. To be able to become a direct disciple, they would enjoy supreme glory and status in the sect, second only to the elders. Huang Yifeng, who had just welcomed the new disciples, was an inner sect disciple of the Scarlet Flame Peak. He was at the peak of high-level mystic scholar. As long as he converted his attributed Xianqi into spirit force, he would be able to break through to spirit master. Lao Fanren, who had some kind of agreement with him, was an inner sect disciple of the Wooden Flag Peak. He was also a high-level mystic scholar, but his strength was slightly weaker than Huang Yifeng. He was ranked 25th among the many inner sect disciples. Actually, to become an inner sect disciple, other than crafting or alchemy masters, the lowest requirement for any disciple was to be a high-level mystic scholar. This was only one of the factors. In addition, if one's cultivation attribute was especially pure, they could also become an inner sect disciple. It could be seen that becoming an inner sect disciple was not easy. When Ling Xiao saw the freckled young man, he knew that he was here to cause trouble. Hua Xiaogui also saw him and looked nervously at Ling Xiao. "Boss, what should we do?" "Act according to the situation. But no matter what happens later, don't get involved," Ling Xiao said with a gloomy expression. "Boss, what kind of person do you think I am?" Hua Xiaogui said angrily. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and said, "What are you yelling for? I can deal with this myself. With your little strength, you'll only be a burden if you join in." "Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. We're good brothers." Hua Xiaogui could hear the sincerity in Ling Xiao's tone. She immediately nodded and quietly left to hide on the other side. "Lao Fanqing, come out." Lao Fanren, the pockmark-faced man, and the others stood in front of the crowd. The pockmark-faced man shouted in the direction of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and ignored him. After all, he wasn't Lao Fanqing. "Senior brother, you were looking for me?" Lao Fanqing walked out from a corner and asked the freckled young man. "Scram to the side. I'm looking for Lao Fanqing." "Don't go looking for trouble," scolded the freckled youth. "I'm Lao Fanqing from the Lao family," Lao Fanqing replied with a bitter face. He really didn't know who he had offended to be scolded as soon as he entered the sect. If they were in Blazing City, he would definitely teach this guy a lesson. "Cousin." Lao Fanren, who was behind the freckled youth, asked Lao Fanqing. Lao Fanqing looked at the person who greeted him and immediately called out happily, "Cousin." That's right, Lao Fanren and Lao Fanqing were brothers from the same sect. They were both direct descendants of the Lao family in Blazing City. Although they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, they could still recognize each other. Hearing this, Ling Xiao knew that this show was over. The freckled youth's face turned green. Why did he have to scold his boss's younger brother? "Come out." The freckled youth could only vent his anger on Ling Xiao. "Yo, senior brother, we meet again. Does your nose not hurt anymore?" Ling Xiao walked out from the crowd and said with a cheeky smile, "Boss, this is the guy who called himself Lao Fanqing. He injured us and saved Lame Tiger." The freckled youth took a step back and said to Lao Fanren, "Cousin, this is definitely not his name. He pretended to be me and insulted our Lao family in Purple Sky City." Lao Fanqing said to Lao Fanren angrily. Lao Fanren went forward to size up Ling Xiao and said with a sneer on his face, "A mere middle-stage mystic cultivator is actually so arrogant. I wonder which city you are from. You actually dare to go against our Lao family." "I'm just from Meteor City. How can a normal person like me lower myself to the level of a criminal, like you?" Ling Xiao said playfully. Ling Xiao knew that this matter definitely wouldn't end well. Since that was the case, why not offend them more thoroughly? He didn't believe that these people could drive him out of the sect. How dare you? Lao Fanren shouted with a livid face. He really didn't think that a youth who had just come to compete for outer sect disciple would dare to be so arrogant and insult him in public. Even among the inner sect disciples, there weren't many who had such guts. What? Do you want to use public office to take revenge? You want to kick me out of the election? Ling Xiao said without fear. Humph, do you think I'll treat you like this? Lao Fanren snorted coldly and then said, now that I'm an inner sect disciple, I order you to immediately kneel down and kowtow to me 50 times and call me grandpa 100 times. Maybe I'll let you go otherwise. Otherwise what? Do you think you're the sect master? Are you out of your mind? We're only chosen by the deacon to participate in the election, not to listen to your shout. Kowtow to you. Are you worthy? Be my grandpa. If you were my grandson, I'd think that you're too young and ugly, a dog slave who bullies others. I really don't know how your father and mother gave birth to such an uneducated son like you. If I were your father, I'd be so ashamed that I'd bang my head against the wall and die. Ling Zhao's spiritual force spread out, pressing down on Lao Fanqing and repeatedly scolding him. Lao Fanqing felt as if he was being suppressed by an invisible aura, and hearing Ling Xiao scold him in such a sharp and unkind manner, a surge of anger rose up in him, but he was unable to vent it, and it was suppressed in his chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. When Ling Xiao scolded him, he only felt his body churn, and he almost vomited blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually publicly insult an inner sect disciple? Although they felt that Ling Xiao's scolding was very reasonable, they couldn't help but feel that Ling Xiao's action was really unwise. In the crowd, Hua Xiaogui looked at the righteous Ling Xiao and only felt endless worship. I didn't expect boss to be so good at scolding people. He sighed in his heart. Wu Xixue's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao, and an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. She only felt that the current Ling Xiao was too manly. Yu Lian lightly opened her red lips and murmured, I scolded him to my heart's content, but it was too impulsive. I'm afraid. Another figure with snow-white skin was also paying attention to Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes flashing with an indescribable splendor. I'll kill you. Lao Fanren had already been completely infuriated by Ling Xiao. He had completely lost his reason, and only knew that he had to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone to wipe away this humiliation. 10 Vine Twist. Lao Fanqing shouted and his surroundings flashed with green light. He waved his hands forward and 10 green lights wrapped around Ling Xiao like vines. They were as fast as lightning. Ling Xiao didn't even have time to react before he was entangled. Immediately after, the green lights pierced towards Ling Xiao's body like sharp blades, as if they wanted to strangle Ling Xiao to death. This is the Lao family's Green Tier Mystic Technique, Vine Killing Art. Green Tier Mystic Technique? Looks like that kid is going to be strangled to death. This is the result of being impulsive. We should keep a low profile in the future. Inner sect disciples are not easy to deal with. Isn't that so? When I become an inner sect disciple in the future, we also want to have this kind of glory. Pfft. The green lights instantly cut through Ling Zhao's clothes and wrapped around Ling Zhao's body. Lao Fanqing and the pockmarked youth seemed to be able to see Ling Zhao's miserable state of being torn apart, and they both had proud smiles on their faces. At this moment, the golden light on Ling Zhao's body immediately dispersed the green lights that were about to cut into his flesh. Nether guard armor? Impossible, it must be an illusion. Lao Fanren's expression changed, and he immediately sent out dozens of green lights. These green lights seemed to have a mind of their own, and they densely swarmed towards Ling Xiao. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. Stepping down, he used the Cloud Track Phantom footwork to dodge the green light. At the same time, he condensed a golden fist and smashed it towards Lao Fanren. Lao Fanren didn't expect Ling Zhao's speed to be so fast, and he was instantly hit by 2 punches, his body retreating a few steps. He's actually wearing a defensive inner armor. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. When he had punched Lao Fanren just now, he had only felt a rebounding force. It was obvious that the other party was wearing a defensive inner armor. No one expected Ling Xiao to be able to resist and even force Lao Fanren to retreat. Lao Fanqing and the pockmarked youth were the same. and they were all wondering if this kid was really that powerful. Kid, you've completely infuriated me. Lao Fanren's expression was ferocious as he shouted, and a green light flew out from his back. He actually wanted to use a weapon, and it was obvious that he would only be satisfied after killing Ling Xiao. He was a dignified inner sect disciple, and was actually hit by a kid who hadn't even become an outer sect disciple. This made him lose all face. If he didn't kill this kid today, where would he put his face in the future? The weapon in Lao Fanren's hand was an iron rod profound artifact that belonged to the wood attribute. Every move he swung contained a powerful elemental attack, and its power was astonishing. All the youths retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Ling Xiao, who was fighting against Lao Fanren, didn't retaliate, and only used the wind attribute to continuously dodge. In the eyes of others, Ling Xiao was currently in a very difficult situation. Every time the rod brushed past his shoulder, he would almost be hit. However, what others didn't know was that Ling Xiao was only putting on a facade. He still didn't want to reveal his true strength. Even so, everyone had a new understanding of Ling Xiao. To compete for outer sect disciple, this person was definitely a big competitor. Stop. A loud and clear voice came from not far away. Ling Xiao was very obedient, and immediately stopped his body. However, Lao Fanren seemed to not have heard it, and his rod heavily swept onto Ling Xiao's body. Ah! Chapter 166. The power of the rod sent Ling Xiao flying dozens of meters away like a cannonball, and a mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. Boss! Hua Xiaogui cried out in alarm. She immediately chased after Ling Xiao. Wu Xixue hesitated and was about to leave when Xiaohoshi grabbed her arm and said, "Little Shui, you can't go. Let go of me. It's none of your business." Wu Xixue shook off Xiaohoshi's hand and ran toward Ling Xiao. "How dare you kill someone in front of me?" The voice rang out again, and a figure appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Behind him were several deacons, including Huang Yifeng, who had returned. The speaker was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He was tall and muscular, and he only wore a singlet, which vividly displayed his explosive body. His strong arms were exposed, and his veins popped out like green snakes, looking frightening and ferocious. His entire body emitted a powerful aura that made the outstanding talents of the younger generation feel suffocated. This was at least the strength of a peak spirit master. This person was the Purple Sky Sect's inner sect deacon, Xing Zhantian, who was in charge of all the new outer sect disciples. The Purple Sky Sect's deacons were divided into inner sect deacons and outer sect deacons. The inner sect deacons were mainly in charge of the sect's affairs, while the outer sect deacons were in charge of the Purple Sky Sect's external affairs, such as recruiting new disciples, protecting business income. The power of the inner sect deacons was much higher than that of the outer sect deacons. There were 6 outer sect deacons behind Xing Zhantian, including Mo Ku and Ren Huafu. Xing Zhantian looked coldly at Lao Fanren and shouted, "Speak! What is going on?" Xing Zhantian's reputation in the sect was known by everyone. Even though he was not an elder, he was impartial and incorruptible. His temperament was like a raging fire, causing many disciples to respect and fear him. Lao Fanren did not think that someone would come out of the sect so quickly, and looked at Huang Yifeng with dissatisfaction. Huang Yifeng shrugged, indicating that he had done his best. Reporting to Deacon Xing, he insulted this disciple, so this disciple only took action to teach him a lesson. Lao Fanren replied with a slight bow. Boss, don't die." At this time, Hua Xiaogui supported Ling Xiao and exclaimed, "Scram! It's one thing to teach him a lesson, but you actually want to kill him? Moreover, Enforcer Xing has already told you to stop, yet you still want to kill him. How are you going to explain yourself?" Before Xing Zhantian could speak, Mo Ku, who was behind him, shouted. Then, he immediately ran in the direction of Ling Xiao, looking quite nervous. Others probably thought that Ling Xiao was someone he had brought back, so he was nervous. "I'll remember this matter. If there are no complications, I will ask your master for an explanation," Xing Zhantian said to Lao Fanren with a gloomy face. Lao Fanren and the pockmarked man bowed slightly to Xing Zhantian before leaving. Ling Xiao, are you alright? Emoku took out a pill from his body and stuffed it into Ling Xiao's mouth. Thank you for Deacon Mo's concern. Just a few broken ribs, I won't die yet. Ling Xiao swallowed the pill and pretended to speak weakly. It's you. Huang Yifeng followed Xing Zhantian over and recognized Ling Xiao at a glance. Back in the desolate mountain range, Huang Yifeng had met Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao had spoken disrespectfully to his junior sister, Yun Mingqi, so he had taken action to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Later on, when he met Ling Xiao again, they were ambushed by a rank 3 lightning eagle, and he, Yun Mingqi, and Ling Xiao had fallen into the abyss together. He had thought that Yun Mingqi and Ling Xiao had both died, but who would have thought that Yun Mingqi had returned to the sect and her strength had increased greatly? He should have been ecstatic, but Yun Mingqi treated him even more coldly than before. He knew that at that time he did not help and seemed weak, which was why Yun Mingqi was angry. However, he did not regret his choice at that time. Compared to a woman, his own life was more important. Yun Mingqi's miraculous return was nothing to him, but Ling Xiao was only a high-level cultivator at that time. There was no reason for him to survive. Yifeng, you know him? Xing Zhantian looked at Huang Yifeng and asked. Haha, not only do I know him, I'm very familiar with him. Huang Yifeng's handsome face twisted as he spoke. Yes, I used to shoot eagles with senior brother in the mountain range. Senior brother is very powerful, Ling Xiao said weakly. Hearing the word eagle, Huang Yifeng's expression changed and he immediately said, Yes, when we have time, let's go shoot eagles together again. As he said this, his eyes were filled with hatred. Following that, Huang Yifeng said something to Xing Zhantian and turned to leave. It seems that this trip to the Purple Sky sect will not be lonely. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. After taking the medicinal pill and healing, his body quickly recovered, but his face was still pale. After being hit by a profound weapon, it was not normal for him to not be injured. It was just that his body was tough enough, it was not enough to kill him. Oh, just as Ling Xiao was about to stand up, he felt that the profound energy in his body was circulating very quickly, constantly washing through his meridians. The injured areas quickly recovered, and 2 acupoints were instantly filled. The profound energy in his dantian was constantly rising. The attendants at the side seemed to feel that Ling Xiao's aura had actually soared at this moment. About to break through? Xing Zhantian and Emoku exclaimed at the same time. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He broke free from Hua Xiaogui's hand, sat cross-legged, and quickly stabilized his profound energy. At this moment, he was indeed about to break through to the high-level profound realm. After swallowing the second-level medicinal pill that Emoku gave him, his originally perfect profound energy had some changes. However, now was not the time to break through immediately. If that happened, his foundation would not be stable enough. He had to compress his profound energy, and only break through after he condensed his profound energy, and his mental state was at its peak. Only then could he stabilize his foundation, and make his strength more solid. The profound energy in Ling Xiao's body was like a runaway horse, constantly rushing and roaring, as if it was already dissatisfied with its current state, and wanted to reach a wider area. Normally, after a person's profound energy reached a certain level, they could try to break through, increase their own strength, and step into another level. However, a situation like Ling Xiao's was not common. Before Ling Xiao came to the Purple Heaven sect, his strength had already reached the realm of the middle stage profound disciple, but he had been suppressing it and did not make a breakthrough. Now that he had absorbed the medicinal power of the second stage medicinal pill, it made his profound strength increase a bit. Like pouring water into a cup filled with water, it would naturally overflow. If Ling Xiao only pursued the momentary pleasure of breaking through, he would not hesitate to choose to break through now. However, he would not be tempted by the small benefits in front of him. He used the 3 parts returning to origin chi to guide the profound energy in his body towards the acupoints that were not filled with profound energy. In an instant, a few more acupoints were filled with profound energy. If Ling Xiao looked within himself, he would definitely discover that the filled acupoints were emitting bright lights like stars, filled with pure energy. The most peculiar thing was that the profound energy in these acupoints was filled with colorful lights. Xing Zhantian, Emoku, and the other deacons looked at the meditating Ling Xiao and could not help but smile bitterly. This kid really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Was he not afraid of being disturbed and having his breakthrough stopped? However, when they discovered that Ling Xiao's soaring aura was actually forcefully suppressed, they could not help but reveal a look of surprise. A deacon at the side wanted to say something, but after being glared at by Xing Zhantian, he did not dare to utter a word. An hour later, Ling Xiao let out a soft groan and woke up from his meditation. He did not expect that the additional profound energy would allow him to fill a total of 12 acupoints, and his dantian would become even more solid. "Kid, have you recovered?" Xing Zhantian asked. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that there were deacons beside him. He quickly got up and bowed to Xing Zhantian and the others, saying, "Greetings to my lords, this kid has been impolite. This matter will be noted down for now. Now, I will announce the matter regarding the selection of outer sect disciples." Xing Zhantian did not intend to pursue the matter of Ling Xiao and Lao Fanren. After all, they were not dead, so it was not a big deal. Thus he immediately changed the topic. "Our Purple Sky sect has been established for more than 2,000 years. Every 3 years, new disciples will join our sect. Those who are able to join our sect will be protected by our sect, and at the same time, they will also be restricted by our sect." Xing Zhantian went on and on about the rules and regulations of the Purple Sky sect. This caused all of the youths to feel drowsy, but seeing Xing Zhantian's solemn expression, no one dared to actually close their eyes and rest. "Tomorrow you will all be sent to the trial grounds, Purple Maple Valley. Within 1 month, whoever obtains the most spirit beasts and spirit herbs will be able to become outer sect disciples, and the top 10 will become inner sect disciples. At that time, you can choose to become a disciple of any of the peaks. Within Purple Maple Valley, you can rob each other, but you are not allowed to kill anyone. Only those who are ordered to be killed," Xing Zhantian said faintly. Following that, the various outer sect deacons handed out jade tubes of life, and everyone dripped a bit of their blood into them. This was so that the various deacons within Purple Maple Valley would know the condition of everyone's lives. If they encountered any life-threatening danger, they could just crush the jade tube, and the deacons would sense it. At that time, they would receive the fastest reinforcements. However, the contestant who crushed the jade tube would also end the competition early, so no one would use the jade tube unless they had no other choice. After Xing Zhantian handed over many matters, he had the outer sect deacons lead the people he had brought to rest. Only Ling Xiao was left behind for questioning. "You are called Ling Xiao, and you come from Meteor City?" Xing Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao with a scrutinizing gaze. "Yes, my lord." Ling Xiao cupped his hands in response. "I am very curious. Why did you suppress your profound strength and not choose to break through?" Xing Zhantian asked again. "Because just now was not the best time to break through," Ling Xiao replied. Not bad. To be able to resist the opportunity to break through at such a young age. You are quite rare and commendable," Xing Zhantian praised. Then he continued. "Tell me, why did you offend an inner sect disciple when you just arrived at the sect?" Ling Xiao could hear that Xing Zhantian's tone did not seem to have any intention of punishing him, so he boldly recounted the entire story without any embellishment. This matter was indeed Lao Fanren's fault, but you were too arrogant. I will handle this matter. Participate in the competition properly. I have high hopes for you." Xing Zhantian patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and then left. Chapter 167. At night, the mountain peak was as cold as water. Ling Xiao was meditating in his assigned room, trying to solidify the Xian energy in his dantian, so that it would reach the most perfect state. Then he would be able to smoothly break through to the high-level mystic realm. He came all the way to the Purple Sky sect to participate in the selection, mainly for that beautiful figure that he couldn't get out of his mind. He also wanted to experience the strength of these large sects to broaden his horizons and advance to a higher level. There was no limit to martial arts. Ling Xiao was a cultivation maniac and was always so persistent in his pursuit of martial arts. Otherwise, he would have stayed in Meteor City to be a hedonistic son of a rich family, hugging beauties on both sides and having fun. After 4 hours of meditation, Ling Zhao's body and mind felt refreshed. Every part of his body was full of strength, and his injured waist and abdomen were no longer a problem. Lao Fanren, just you wait. I'll pay you back tenfold for this blow. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed fiercely as he muttered to himself. Today, even if he didn't suffer this injury from Lao Fanren's rod, he would still remember this grudge. After all, Lao Fanqing had sent a spirit master to kill him. Now the brothers with the surname Lao saw him as a target. Then he walked to the window and looked at the stars in the sky. He looked at the round moon and said softly, Mingqi, do you know that I'm here? At this moment, he really wanted to see Yin Mingqi. However, he knew that even if he could see her now, what could he do? She received the inheritance of an Earth sovereign. Although it wasn't complete, she should have already stepped into a new level. He, a small mid-level mystic realm cultivator, wasn't good enough for her. Unless he could catch up to her, he couldn't easily let others know that he was here for her. He believed that one day, he would be able to proudly announce that Yin Mingqi was his woman. After a silent night, a red sun rose high into the sky. Nearly 300 elites from various cities who came to participate in the election gathered at the square outside the sect gate yesterday. Xing Zhantian brought 10 attendants. Other than the 6 outer attendants who led them here, there were 4 inner attendants. Each of them was at least a mid-level spirit master. These attendants would be in charge of the rescue operation. Everyone head to the Purple Maple Valley, Xing Zhantian said and whistled. 11 low-level second-level green-winged cranes descended from the sky. Wow, second-level spirit beasts. Great, we can ride our mounts. In your dreams, don't you see there are only 11? Those are for the attendants. When can we ride them too? I'm so envious. Unless you can become an inner disciple, you won't have a chance. The youths whispered to each other as they looked at the Tier 2 spirit beast. Their eyes were filled with longing. Although they were all outstanding talents from their respective cities, and had gone to the mountain range to kill spirit beasts, none of them had tamed a spirit beast. Anyone who could have a spirit beast of their own would feel very proud and prideful. Boss, when do you think we'll be able to get ourselves a spirit beast to play with? Hua Xiaogui asked Ling Xiao in a low voice. Her eyes were also filled with the desire to get her own spirit beast. Boss, when do you think we can get a spirit beast to play with? Hua Xiaogui asked from beside Ling Xiao. She also wanted a spirit beast of her own. If you want one, I can get one for you. It's just that it's inconvenient without a spirit beast wrist guard, Ling Xiao said. Hua Xiaogui looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression and asked, Boss, you're also a beast tamer? Then Hua Xiaogui gestured to Ling Xiao, treating Ling Xiao's words as nonsense. Follow at full speed. Xing Zhantian shouted, and leaped onto the green wind crane's back. The other enforcers followed suit and flew off in the same direction. Follow at full speed. Xing Zhantian yelled, and jumped onto the back of the green wind crane. The other attendants followed and flew in the same direction. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and said, Don't talk nonsense, or else you'll be in trouble like those guys who were kicked out yesterday. Let's run. Hua Xiaogui shuddered, and without saying anything, she began to run as fast as she could. On the back of the green wind crane, the deacons looked down at the crazily running youths and couldn't help but laugh as they chatted. Brother Mo, I heard that you guys recruited an astonishing Timbin kid from Meteor City. I wonder if he can break Meteor City's record and become an outer disciple of our Purple Sky sect. A middle-aged man with 2 hooks said to Mo Ku. Thank you for your concern, Brother Lu. It shouldn't be a problem for him to become an outer disciple, and it might even be possible for him to become an inner disciple. Emoka looked at the middle-aged man with 2 hooks. The middle-aged man with 2 hooks was the same as Emoku, an outer sect deacon. His name was Lu Qihai, and he was responsible for selecting elites from other cities. Among the many outer court deacons, Emoku and LV Qihai both had a high chance of becoming inner court deacons. The key was still to see which of the 2 of them chose the highest disciple, Zhong Tianbin, and how many of them could become true outer court disciples, and how many could become inner court disciples. The ones with the most could become inner court deacons. Therefore, the 2 were competing and attacking each other for the position of inner sect deacon. Haha, Brother Mo, you're really confident in him. It's just that I know this kid offended that kid from the Lao family when he just came to Purple Sky City. Do you think he still has a chance? Lu Qihai laughed loudly, his expression full of ridicule. Of course, how about I bet with Brother Lu? Emoku replied confidently. Bet? How do we bet? Lu Qihai asked. He really couldn't understand why Emoku was so confident in that kid. How about we bet on whether this kid can become an inner sect disciple? I heard that Brother Lu recently obtained a blazing serpent grass. If he can become an inner sect disciple, why don't you give the blazing serpent grass to me? Emoku glanced at Lu Qihai and said. When these words were spoken, all the deacons looked at Emoku vaguely. Although they knew that Ling Xiao was about to advance to high-level mystic realm, high-level mystic realm was only the minimum requirement. In addition, if he wanted to become an inner sect disciple in this trial, he needed to be in the top 10 with the highest points, and his own attributes needed to be above 70%. It could be seen that the difficulty was not small. Lu Qihai smiled and said, since Brother Mo thinks so highly of this kid, then I'll naturally accompany him. If this kid really becomes an inner sect disciple, there's no harm in giving the blazing serpent grass to Brother Mo. However, what if Brother Mo loses? If I lose, how about I give you a white jasmine vine? Emoku replied. Alright, I'll watch with you. Deacon Xing, please be a witness for us. Lu Qihai replied straightforwardly. Xing Zhantian revealed a faint smile at the side and nodded his head. Half a day later, in front of a valley filled with purple maple trees, close to 300 young men were gasping for breath, their entire bodies completely drenched in sweat. After the dozens of young women were soaked in sweat, their exquisite figures made the young men stare at them with stars in their eyes. However, all of them were exhausted and didn't have the mood to flirt with them anymore. 11 green wind cranes descended from the sky. Xing Zhantian looked around at everyone and said, very good. You were all able to persist until here, which shows that you have great perseverance and willpower. In front of us is our Purple Sky Sect's training ground, Purple Maple Valley. Inside there are many high tier 1 to high tier 2 spirit beasts. Of course, occasionally, there will be rank 3 spirit beasts, but that will depend on your luck. Every high tier 1 spirit beast you kill will be worth 10 points, low tier 2 spirit beasts will be worth 100 points, mid-tier 3 spirit beasts will be worth 300 points, high tier 2 spirit beasts will be worth 500 points, and rank 3 spirit beasts will be worth 5,000 points. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Xing Zhantian immediately ordered the other attendants to give everyone a bottle of dew returning pills and qi nourishing pills as backup. After all, it was inevitable that they would be exhausted and injured during the battle. This could be considered as providing them with some insurance. Alright, everyone immediately enter the valley. If you encounter any life-threatening danger, crush the jade tube, and we will come to your rescue. Remember, the 150 people with the highest points will become outer sect disciples, and the top 10 will become inner sect disciples. Let's go. Xing Zhantian announced to everyone. Following that, those youths who still hadn't recovered their strength immediately rushed into Purple Maple Valley, as if they were afraid that the closest spirit beasts and spirit herbs would be taken by others first. There were still around 20 people who hadn't entered the valley, and they all chose to meditate to recover their strength. Ling Xiao also pulled Hua Xiaogui away, not allowing him to enter. Boss, hurry up and go in. If you're any slower, you won't get a share. Hua Xiaogui anxiously called out. With your meager strength, do you think you'll be able to obtain any benefits if you go in? Ling Xiao couldn't help but mock Hua Xiaogui. Hearing this, Hua Xiaogui's impulsive spirit immediately dissipated. Boss, you're right. With my strength at the bottom, it's really... Hua Xiaogui shook his head and sighed. Don't worry, with Boss here, becoming an outer sect disciple won't be a problem. Hurry up and recover your strength, then we'll talk. Ling Xiao said, then ignored Hua Xiaogui and sat down to meditate. Not far away, a group of deacons cast supportive gazes at those who hadn't entered. Don't think that the first to enter would be first place. Who knows, you might even be the first to be eliminated. An hour later, Ling Xiao's condition had recovered to its peak. Hua Xiaogui took a qi replenishing pill, and after an hour, He also became spirited and began to count. Just as the two of them were about to enter Purple Maple Valley, Wu Xixue walked over to them. Behind her were a few youths, and one of them was Shi Xiaohou, the one who disliked Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui. Ling Xiao, Hua Xiaogui, do you want to team up with us? Wu Xixue's gaze stopped on Ling Xiao's handsome face. Hua Xiaogui, who was standing to the side, was displeased. She sighed inwardly. Forget it. Women are like clothes, and brothers are like hands and feet. From now on, she's my sister-in-law. I can't have any thoughts about her anymore. Before Ling Xiao could reply, he saw Shi Xiaohou's cold, murderous glare, as if warning Ling Xiao. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to team up with them. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get some points. But looking at Shi Xiaohou's threatening gaze, he felt displeased. Thus he nodded to Wu Xixue and said, "It's my Ling Xiao's honor to be invited by a beauty." After saying that, he even gave Shi Xiaohou a provocative look. "I wonder if you'd agree to my invitation?" A crisp, soft voice sounded from not far away. The person who walked over was Yu Lian, and her red phoenix eyes were looking at Ling Xiao affectionately. Chapter 168. Looking at Yu Lian's mesmerizing appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of Wei Dyer. It was just that Wei Dyer didn't cultivate seduction techniques, otherwise, she wouldn't be any worse than Yu Lian. Wu Xixue said with hostility, "Ling Xiao has already teamed up with us." "Haha, Sister Shui, why are you in such a hurry? Is he your man?" Yu Lian looked straight at Wu Xixue. Whoosh. Wu Xixue's face turned red, and she said shyly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Since he's not your man, why are you making decisions for him? Your man should be this young Master Xia, right?" Yu Lian pointed at Xia Hosher, and tapped on her lips lightly. "He's not my man," Wu Xixue replied without thinking, as if afraid of being misunderstood. "Oh, so he's not. I saw that this young master has a crush on you, so I thought." Yu Lian put on an innocent face. "Enough, Xiaoxue, let's go," Xia Hosher shouted in annoyance. "Ling Xiao, let's go together." Wu Xixue ignored the angry Xia Hosher, and called out to Ling Xiao, "All right, let's go together. Sister Yan, good luck." Ling Xiao waved at Yu Lian, and then followed Wu Xixue into the Violet Maple Valley with Hua Xiaogui. Only Yu Yanlai was left standing in the same place with a charming and moving smile on her delicate face. The Violet Sky sect was divided into 9 great peaks. The main peak was the Violet Sky Peak, which was the largest peak in the sect, and where the sect master resided. There were also the Golden Tree Peak, the Wooden Flag Peak, the Jade Spring Pavilion, the Scarlet Flame Peak, the Black Cliff Peak, the Medicine Peak, the Tool Refining Peak, and the Beast Taming region. Currently, the 9 peak lords were gathered in the Violet Sky Peak's Cabinet Hall. Sitting at the head of the table was an elegant and handsome middle-aged man. His sideburns were slightly white, and his tiger-like eyes revealed an unfathomable expression. To his right was a dignified golden-robed elder. His eyes were half-closed, as if he only knew how to hold 2 golden beads in his hands, constantly spinning them and making strange sounds. Opposite the golden-robed old man was a tall and thin old man in a black robe. The back of the black robe was embroidered with the pattern of a golden sun, making it look extremely lively. His eagle-like eyes shone with a light that was as hot as the sun. It was as if one would feel scorching pain just by being stared at. Next was an old man in a green robe. He always had a bright smile on his face, as if he never knew what it meant to be distressed. At first glance, one would think that he was a kind old man, but in reality, he was a smiling tiger, the kind that killed without spilling blood. There was also a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. She was dressed in blue satin, which added a lot of color to the hall. Her beautiful face did not look ugly because of the faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Her plump figure could still kill many men in seconds. Beside her was an old man in a yellow robe. He was slightly plump and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, one would think that he was a good person. One of them had a head full of white hair, and even his eyebrows and beard were snow white, giving him a rather sage-like appearance. The other had a face full of wrinkles, his cheekbones were slightly sunken, and his forehead was exposed. His hands that held onto the wooden chair seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. The last one was the shortest of the group. His long face was ugly and wretched, and his eyes kept wandering around the beautiful woman's body, as if he didn't want to leave her side for even a moment. These 9 people were the peak lords of the Purple Sky sect. Sect Master Yun Xiong, Jintong Peak Lord Su Jiannan, Wood Flag Peak Lord Mu Huai, Jade Spring Pavilion Master Wen Haiyan, Scarlet Flame Peak Lord Zhao Mingyuan, Black Crag Peak Lord Gushi, Medicine Peak Lord Nangong Changel, Refining Peak Yanzhen, and Beast Taming Region Lord Wan Shalai. Today, all the elders have been gathered here for 2 reasons. One is to discuss the matter of the new disciples, and the other is because of the abnormality in that place. There should be a few good seedlings among the new disciples this time, and all the elders should nurture them well. Also, send a few more people to the encampment to avoid any more trouble. Yun Xiong said lightly. That place is remote, and the conditions are extremely bad. I'm afraid that many attendants are not willing to go there, Su Jiannan said while stroking his beard. That's right. I originally thought that it was a good place to cultivate, but the disciples I sent there were all poisoned with yang poison. Fortunately, Elder Nangong's medicinal pills suppressed it, or else they would have all gone to see the King of Hell, Zhao Mingyuan said in agreement. Back then, you were the one who insisted on sending your disciples there. Who can you blame for that? Mu Huai said in a strange tone. I was doing it for the sake of the sect. I'm not like some people who shirk their responsibilities as soon as something happens, Zhao Mingyuan said while glaring at Mu Huai. Don't make it sound so pleasant. That's just using my position for personal gain. I'm using my position for personal gain. It's better than some people being cowardly and afraid of trouble. Zhao Mingyuan and Mu Huai continued to argue. Enough. Elders, it's improper for you to keep arguing like this, Yun Xiong said with a cold snort. Zhao Mingyuan and Mu Huai immediately shut their mouths. When Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion suggested, I think it's better to send 2 attendants from each peak. When the time comes, they will take turns to guard. There shouldn't be any accidents. That's a good idea, but we can double the number of people. This way, the time everyone takes turns to guard won't be long, and they shouldn't be affected by the yang poison. However, this matter shouldn't be dragged on for a long time. We must think of a solution that satisfies both sides. Gushi agreed from the side. This method can be implemented, but does anyone have a good plan to solve this problem? Yun Xiong nodded and responded. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. The Purple Maple Valley occupied an unusually vast area. Purple maple trees towered into the sky. This was the trial ground planned by the elders of the Purple Sky sect for every batch of newcomers to compete for and choose. Most of the spirit beasts that appeared here were 1st to 2nd rank spirit beasts. 3rd rank spirit beasts and above were rare. This was also taking into account that many of the youngsters that came to participate in the selection only had the cultivation of Mystic Knight. If there were too many 3rd rank spirit beasts, they might not even be able to complete the month of trial before all of them died inside. Nearly 300 youngsters, some in groups of 3 to 5, and some moving alone. In short, they all wanted to obtain the most points and become official disciples of the Purple Sky sect. After everyone plunged into the valley, they immediately looked for prey. They were all Mystic Knight experts, and they were elites from all over the world. They were equipped with 2nd-tier high-tier weapons, and even profound weapons. They even had elixirs distributed by their families. All of this was for the sake of this 1 month's trial. In the dense mountains, a group of 7 people slowly shuttled back and forth. The expressions of these people were extremely serious. Their gazes were constantly wandering around, not daring to be careless for even a moment. Only the young man in the cloak looked extremely relaxed, completely different from the others. Weren't these 7 people Ling Xiao, Hua Xiaogui, Wu Xixue, and the others? The 7 of them had already entered the Purple Maple Valley for 2 days. They had killed a total of 5 first-rank spirit beasts and 2 second-rank low-level spirit beasts. Their harvest was quite plentiful. Even so, they also realized that there were hidden dangers everywhere in the Purple Maple Valley. Spirit beasts always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. If they were slightly careless, they could still be devoured. Roar! A beast's roar came from not far away. A mottled blue figure pounced towards everyone. Careful! Everyone shouted in unison, and the weapons in their hands all shot towards that giant figure. Xiao xiao xiao! Countless sword shadows swept towards the giant figure, and the surrounding weeds and trees were blasted away. That giant figure's reaction was extremely fast. Not only did it dodge all the attacks, it even bit towards one of them. That basin-sized bloody mouth was extremely frightening. Die beast! The spear in Xiahou Shi's hand was like a snake coming out of its hole, piercing towards that spirit beast's bloody mouth. That spirit beast was extremely crafty. When it sensed the danger, it actually stopped its biting action. Instead, it spat out a ray of fire from its mouth and rushed towards Xiahou Shi. Wu Xixue gripped her blue sword, and circles of ripples spread out like water waves, enveloping that spirit beast. The other two also used their respective Xian techniques to surround and kill the spirit beast. Overall, it seemed like they had a tacit understanding. Only Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui stood at the side and didn't make a move. Boss, are we really not going to help? Hua Xiaogui seemed to be a little apologetic as she asked. No need, it's just a second-level low-level striped tiger. They can deal with it. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. But, if this goes on, we won't have any spoils of war. Hua Xiaogui said in distress. Along the way, Xiahou Shi had always ostracized the two of them, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of a united atmosphere. If it wasn't for Wu Xixue, they would probably have already left to find other prey. Sure enough, after a while, that striped tiger died under their combined attacks. Xiahou Shi cut off the striped tiger's head and gave it to one of them. Then he said to Wu Xixue, Little Shui, this striped tiger is yours. Let's leave it first. We'll split it before we go out. It's everyone's contribution. Wu Xixue avoided Xiahou Shi's gaze and said. Both of them came from Wuming City. Before coming to the Purple Sky sect, the Xia family had the intention of forming a marriage alliance with the Wu family. Xiahou Shi especially liked Wu Xixue, so it had always been Xiahou Shi who liked Wu Xixue, while Wu Xixue didn't have any feelings for him. Since that's the case, let's continue. Xiahou Shi didn't continue to pester them and change the topic. No, Xiahou Shi, you guys form a team. I'll form a team with Ling Xiao and the others. Wu Xixue shook her head, and then pointed to the three people behind Xiahou Shi. Why? Xiahou Shi's expression was unsightly as he asked, Do you like this kid? That's none of your business. Since you won't allow them to participate in the ambush, then I can only team up with them, Wu Xixue said indifferently. Little Shui, you have to think this through. Your grandfather has already agreed to our family's proposal. Don't you know that without our Xia family's support, the Wu family's status will plummet? Xiahou Shi said gloomily. What does my grandfather's agreement have to do with me? Don't always use this matter to pressure me. Xiahou Shi, I really don't like you. Will there be happiness if we force it? Wu Xixue's beautiful eyes flashed with stubbornness. Ah, good. Then you guys are on your own. Let's go. Xiahou Shi laughed sinisterly, and a trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. He quickly left with his people. Chapter 169. At night, the roars of beasts could be heard in Purple Maple Valley, and from time to time, black shadows could be seen moving about. In front of a mountain wall, a pile of fire was burning dry branches, making crackling sounds. A large piece of beast meat was placed on the fire, and waves of meat fragrance wafted into the distance. Come, the meat is ready. Ling Xiao called out to Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue, who were sitting at the side. Boss, I've waited for so long, I'm starving. Hua Xiaogui jumped up and rubbed her stomach. Ling Xiao cut 2 pieces of beast meat, wrapped them in leaves, and put them in Hua Xiaogui's hands. Then he glanced at Wu Xixue, indicating that he should bring it over. Hua Xiaogui was overjoyed, and after a moment of hesitation, she took the beast meat shyly like a young girl, and walked over to Wu Xixue, her heart filled with gratitude. So boss was really thinking for me. Xiao Shui, come, this is the meat boss roasted. It smells very good, come try it. Hua Xiaogui handed the meat to Wu Xixue and said shyly. This was the first time in his life that he was moved by a girl, and ever since he saw Wu Xixue, his mind was filled with her figure. However, he was not an idiot, and it was obvious that Wu Xixue liked Ling Xiao. He thought he could be very open, but every time he saw her, he would feel nervous, and his heart would beat fast. Thank you. Wu Xixue smiled at him, took the meat, and glanced at the figure not far away. Ling Xiao, come sit here. Wu Xixue waved at Ling Xiao. This made Hua Xiaogui's heart full of bitterness. All right, Ling Xiao replied, took all the beast meat from the tree, and then sat next to Hua Xiaogui, not daring to sit next to Wu Xixue. He knew that this matter had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if that lass were to fall deep into the mud, he would be letting little turtle down. Who knew that as soon as he sat down, Wu Xixue went around Hua Xiaogui and sat next to Ling Xiao. That. Xiao Shui, can you sit a bit further away? I'm sweating all over this. Ling Xiao said awkwardly. It's fine. Wu Xixue blushed slightly, and then moved closer to Ling Xiao. It's fine. Wu Xixue blushed slightly, and moved closer to Ling Xiao. Bossa, I'll go take a walk, said Hua Xiaogui. She put down the meat and disappeared into the darkness. Boss, I'll go for a walk, Ling Xiao said. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao decided that it was better to get the pain over with than to prolong it. He decided to explain everything to her. It was not a good idea to continue like this. Besides, he still had to earn points. He didn't come all the way to the Purple Heaven sect to play around. If he wanted to surpass her in a short period of time, he would definitely have to reduce his stamina and concentrate on cultivating. Xiao Shui, there are some things I have to make clear to you, Ling Xiao said to Wu Xixue without blinking. Wu Xixue looked at Ling Xiao calmly and replied, Go ahead. Let me tell you a story, Ling Xiao said seriously. He then looked up at the sky and recalled. There was a handsome man and a beautiful woman who fell into an abyss. It was dark there, and the woman was a spirit master. However, because she used a forbidden technique, she lost all of her spiritual energy. The man, who was only a high-level Xianqi practitioner, was seriously injured in order to save the woman. Ling Xiao used a calm tone to recount his encounter with Yun Mingqi in the abyss. He only left out the parts that needed to be left out, such as the space ring, the prodigal son, and other glorious deeds. Wu Xixue listened to Ling Xiao's magnetic voice slowly narrate the story, as if he was telling a poignant love story, and her eyes couldn't help but become misty. She only felt that the man inside was willing to do anything for the woman. If it was her, she would even be willing to marry him. Did the man and the woman get together? Wu Xixue rubbed her eyes and asked. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. They didn't get together. After the woman recovered her strength, she resolutely separated from the man because she felt that it was unrealistic to be with him. After all, she had a very powerful force behind her, and the man was only a young master from a family in a backward city. Moreover, the difference in strength between the two was too great. One was already a spirit master, and the other was only a high-level profound practitioner. It's not easy to find a man who is willing to give up everything for you. If it was me, I wouldn't care so much. I would definitely be with him. Wu Xixue waved her small fist and said angrily. Ling Xiao continued. Originally, the man also thought that the woman was very heartless, but before she left, she told him about her sect. If he really liked her, then he hoped that one day he could go to her sect and display his strength to surpass her. That way, she could be with him. So that's how it is. But I feel that the man is really pitiful. That woman is already a spirit master, and Tenbin is very high. For the man to surpass her is obviously not very possible. Wu Xixue suddenly understood. No, the man was very confident. He believed that one day he would be able to surpass her, and at that time, he would be able to be with her openly. So he went through many hardships and dangers and traveled thousands of miles to find the woman's sect. He decided that he would definitely join her sect and fulfill the promise from back then. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Wu Xixue wasn't a brainless person. Seeing Ling Xiao's strange expression, her heart trembled and she couldn't help but ask, That man was? That's right, that man was me. Ling Xiao nodded and admitted to Wu Xixue. Wu Xixue's mouth was wide open and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiao Shui, I don't want to lie to you. Actually, the one who really likes you is Little Turtle. Ling Xiao gazed at Wu Xixue and spoke sincerely. Although Wu Xixue was a girl who was not inferior to Bai Yuxi or Luo Qingxuang, he didn't have any feelings for her. Furthermore, she was a woman that Hua Xiaogui liked. Otherwise, he would have accepted her. However, he couldn't bully a friend's wife. Although she didn't like Little Turtle, he definitely couldn't hurt his brotherly relationship with Hua Xiaogui for a woman. No. That day, you clearly said in front of everyone that you liked me. Wu Xixue shook her head in disbelief. That day was just a misunderstanding. Ling Xiao explained. No. I don't want to hear it. The one I like is you. Wu Xixue covered her ears and didn't want to accept the reality. Then she threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and cried. Ling Xiao, the person I like is you. Ling Xiao's heart broke when he heard Wu Xixue's crying. No matter how ruthless he was to his enemies, he didn't care about beautiful women at all. He gritted his teeth and pushed Wu Xixue away. I already have her. I can't hurt you and Little Turtle anymore. Wu Xixue's beautiful eyes were filled with endless grievances. She didn't expect that she would be rejected so mercilessly when she had just fallen in love with a man. Ling Xiao, I hate you. Wu Xixue gritted her teeth and shouted at Ling Xiao. She covered her face and ran into the dense forest. Sigh, being handsome is also a sin. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. Boss, what did you do to Xiao Xue? Hua Xiaogui ran out of the darkness and asked. What can I do? I just explained to her clearly. She can't stand it anymore and ran away. You go after her quickly. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on you. Ling Xiao said impatiently. Then I'll go. Where did she run to? Hua Xiaogui asked. That way. Go quickly. Don't let anything happen to her. Ling Xiao pointed in the direction that Wu Xixue ran. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Hua Xiaogui began to run in Wu Xixue's direction with all her strength. Little Turtle, I wish you good luck. If you can't do it, don't blame me. Ling Xiao said lightly and slowly followed behind. He was worried about Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui. One was a middle-level mystic cultivator, and the other was a middle-level mystic cultivator. In this dangerous valley, if something happened to them, it would be troublesome. He didn't think that those deacons would be able to arrive in time. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Hua Xiaogui followed behind Wu Xixue like a sticky candy. Wu Xixue was a middle-level mystic cultivator. If she wanted to avoid Hua Xiaogui wouldn't be able to catch up. The reason why she slowed down was because she was afraid that Hua Xiaogui would be in danger. However, she didn't notice that Ling Xiao was following. She hated Ling Xiao to the core. Along the way, Wu Xixue treated the spirit beasts like deflating bags. Some low-level spirit beasts were killed by her. It was undeniable that a woman who hated because of love was really scary. Hua Xiaogui rarely ran out to play the hero because he knew that his strength was limited. If he ran out, not only would he not be able to help her, he would also become her burden. Therefore, he collected some spirit herbs along the way. In 2 days, he found more than 10 stalks of first-level high-level spirit herbs and 1 stalk of second-level low-level spirit herb. The harvest wasn't too bad. Can you stop following me? I hate you. Wu Xixue turned her head and shouted at Hua Xiaogui. In her eyes, Hua Xiaogui didn't have any aura of an expert. He was short and weak. Even Xiaohoshi was several times better than him. She really couldn't feel anything. Her mind was filled with Ling Xiao's figure. Xiao Shui, I was afraid that you would feel lonely by yourself. Hua Xiaogui said shyly, but his heart was full of bitterness. I don't need you to care. Look at you. Even the words you say are so soft and weak. You don't have any manly spirit. How are you worthy of me, Wu Xixue? Wu Xixue's emotions were extremely irritable. She didn't care about Hua Xiaogui's feelings at all, and said directly. Hua Xiaogui was said to be worthless by her. He felt even more upset in his heart. Alright, I'll go. You have to be careful by yourself, Hua Xiaogui said softly with his head slightly lowered. He turned around and really wanted to leave. Just as he took a few steps, he heard Wu Xixue scream. He turned around to look. His pupils dilated and the hair on his body stood up. He saw a purple python as thick as a person propped up more than half of its body. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Wu Xixue. It was actually a second-level middle-level purple phosphorus python. It was 7 meters long and belonged to the metal attribute. Chapter 170. No one knew where the purple phosphorus snake came from. Its entire body was emitting a golden-purple color, and its bloody mouth was like a deep hole. A normal person would be scared to the point of not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Wu Xixue was a mid-level mystic cultivator. Even though she was scared, she was able to escape the fate of being swallowed. Damned beast! Even you dare to bully me? I'll kill you! Wu Xixue flew into a rage out of humiliation. The flexible sword in her hand created several ripples as it slashed towards the waist of the purple phosphorus snake. Poof! The sword in Wu Xixue's hand was an upper-tier second-stage sword. The sword sank into the snake's body. Hiss! The purple phosphorus snake hissed. Its cylindrical body violently flipped and broke free from the flexible sword. Then, it ruthlessly swept its tail towards Wu Xixue like a giant whip. Wu Xixue was shocked, but it was too late. She could only wave her sword again. However, the purple phosphorus snake still swept towards Wu Xixue's body. Ah! Wu Xixue's delicate body was swept away like a broken zither. Little Shui! Hua Xiaogui cried out in shock. He pulled out his sword and actually rushed towards the purple phosphorus snake. He had completely forgotten how weak he was. The purple phosphorus snake realized that there was another human coming. It hissed and a golden light shot out from its mouth. Hua Xiaogui exclaimed, "It's over." The golden light was swift, and it was not something a mid-level mystic cultivator, like him, could avoid. Boom! A blue wave came from the side and saved Hua Xiaogui's life. If you don't want to die, scram. Wu Xixue swallowed a medicinal pill and shouted at Hua Xiaogui. Then she actually rushed towards the purple phosphorus snake again. One person and one snake fought endlessly. The trees and weeds at the scene were blasted away and toppled. Hua Xiaogui did not leave. He only stared at the beautiful figure in the middle of the field. He was extremely nervous, afraid that Wu Xixue would be hurt. However, under normal circumstances, it was rare for a human martial artist to win against a spirit beast of the same level. After all, spirit beasts had a strong physique. Just this point alone could determine life and death. Although the purple phosphorus snake was covered in wounds from Wu Xixue's slashes, they were not fatal. Wu Xixue, on the other hand, was forced into a perilous situation. Extreme tide surge. Wu Xixue gathered all of her profound energy, and rays of blue light gathered on the tip of her sword. This was her ultimate killing move. Xiao. Wave after wave of blue water ripples gathered at a single point. Like a falling comet, they shot towards the purple phosphorus snake. The purple phosphorus snake seemed to have realized that this move was extraordinary, and the golden light that came out of its mouth became even brighter. Rumble! Powerful moves collided with each other, giving off a deafening sound. Wu Xixue circled to the other side, and took the opportunity to slash with her sword. Hiss! A small part of the snake's tail was chopped off by her sword. The purple phosphorus snake hissed, and its body quickly curled up, heading towards Wu Xixue, who was already exhausted. Ah! Wu Xixue's reaction speed was already too slow. She didn't even have time to retreat, before she was strangled by the snake's body. Her beautiful face turned pale with fright. Seeing this, Hua Xiaogui once again charged out from the side. Damned snake, go and die. Hua Xiaogui raised his sword and slashed at the snake's body. Unfortunately, his own strength was too weak, and that sword did not leave any mark on the snake's body. The purple phosphorus snake felt pain, and another elemental attack came towards Hua Xiaogui. This time, there was no one to help him block the sword. Rumble! Hua Xiaogui was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the golden light, leaving only a trail of blood in the air. Hua Xiaogui! Wu Xixue looked at Hua Xiaogui, who had risked his life to save her. Something seemed to have stirred in her heart, and she cried out in shock. The flexible sword in her hand was thrown towards the purple phosphorus snake's head. Hiss! The purple phosphorus snake was caught off guard, and the flexible sword pierced into its eye. It was in so much pain that it kept rolling on the ground and hissing. Wu Xixue was suffocated by the snake's strangulation. Let go of little Shui. Hua Xiaogui, who was not far away, miraculously stood up and pounced towards the purple phosphorus snake. The purple phosphorus snake had already entered a state of madness, and it did not have any consciousness at all. The sword in Hua Xiaogui's hand ruthlessly pierced into the snake's severed tail. The purple phosphorus snake felt pain again, and its body kept rolling on the ground. At the same time, it let go of Wu Xixue, who was being strangled. Papa. The snake's body kept thrashing on the ground. Its bloody eyes and the stinking blood from the snake's tail kept flowing out. After Wu Xixue took another pill, she looked for the right direction and opportunity. She pounced towards the flexible sword that was stuck in the snake's eye and pulled it out. A pillar of blood shot into the sky, and the purple phosphorus snake once again made its last struggle. After a while, it finally stopped thrashing. Wu Xixue half bent over, gasping for air. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she walked towards Hua Xiaogui, whose life and death were uncertain. Hua Xiaogui, how are you? Wu Xixue asked as she looked at Hua Xiaogui, who was lying on the ground. His body was battered, and his face was pale to the extreme. Hua Xiaogui had just been hit by the purple phosphorus snake's elemental attack, and his body was already in a terrible state. The reason he could stand up again was because of his love for Wu Xixue. He was shy and bashful in front of Wu Xixue, but that didn't mean he didn't have a man's heart that was brave and fearless. Before, when Ling Xiao was being troubled by Lao Fanqing, he had stood on Ling Zhao's side without any hesitation. It could be seen that he wasn't as cowardly and afraid of trouble as he appeared to be. Wu Xixue checked Hua Xiaogui's breath. Seeing that he was still breathing, she quickly took out a healing pill and stuffed it into Hua Xiaogui's mouth. Hua Xiaogui, wake up. If you die like this, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Do you know that? Wu Xixue said as she lightly patted Hua Xiaogui's face. Her nature was kind, but her heart was also emotional. She liked Ling Xiao out of a young girl's naive feelings. That might not be called love, but just a good impression. Now that Hua Xiaogui was willing to sacrifice himself for her, it would be a lie if she didn't feel touched. She had previously said to Ling Xiao that if there was a man who could disregard everything for her, she would really choose that man. Of course, this didn't mean that she had already fallen in love with Hua Xiaogui. She just felt that he didn't look as weak as he seemed on the surface. At least he could stand up bravely like a man without any hesitation. Her view of him had already changed slightly. After a while, Hua Xiaogui woke up. Looking at Wu Xixue, who was right in front of him, he smiled in satisfaction. Little Shui, are you okay? Hua Xiaogui asked weakly. You should take care of yourself first, Wu Xixue said in a bad mood. She was obviously seriously injured, but he still remembered her safety. Her heart was filled with an inexplicable warmth. I'm fine. I'm wearing a defensive armor, Hua Xiaogui replied. Wu Xixue looked at the torn area in front of Hua Xiaogui's chest. Sure enough, she saw a faint glowing armor inside. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Can you get up? I'll help you to the side to rest first. I'll go get the purple phosphorus snake's head first, Wu Xixue said. Listening to Wu Xixue's gentle voice, Hua Xiaogui almost cried out happily. However, the pain in his body prevented him from doing so. Feeling the fragrance of a young girl for the first time, Hua Xiaogui was almost intoxicated. Wu Xixue helped Hua Xiaogui to a tree and let him lean against the tree trunk while she went to get the snake's head. Hua Xiaogui looked at Wu Xixue's graceful figure. His heart was blooming with joy. Boss, I'm almost there, he secretly shouted in his heart. When he saw Wu Xixue turn around, he couldn't help but shift his gaze, so that she wouldn't find out that he was looking at her. Suddenly, Hua Xiaogui's eyes widened as he looked in a direction and exclaimed, It's a purple gold flower. What did you say? Wu Xixue didn't hear clearly and walked over to ask. It's a third-order low-grade purple gold flower, Hua Xiaogui said as he raised his hand with difficulty and pointed in the direction he was looking. Not far away, he saw a crown-shaped golden flower floating in the grass, appearing dazzling and beautiful. It's true. Wu Xixue cried out in surprise and immediately ran over to carefully pick it up. The purple gold flower was a metal attribute spirit grass. It was very useful for metal attribute martial artists. I really didn't expect to see a third-order spirit grass here. I'm really lucky. Wu Xixue seemed to have forgotten all her unhappiness, and happily said while looking at the purple gold flower in her hand. Hua Xiaogui looked at Wu Xixue's brilliant smile, and became even more happy and satisfied. Here, this is yours. Who knew that in the next moment, Wu Xixue would hand over the purple gold flower to Hua Xiaogui. No, this is yours. I can't take it. Hua Xiaogui shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I already want the snake's head. This purple gold flower is yours. Besides, with your strength, it will be very difficult for you to reach the top 150 points. This purple gold flower is enough for you to become an outer sect disciple. Wu Xixue said very firmly. No need, I can enter the purple sky sect as a disciple. Hua Xiaowen once again refused. I told you to take it, so just take it. You're really like a woman, Wu Xixue said in a bad mood. Hua Xiaowen knew that he couldn't refuse, and was about to take the purple gold flower when a sinister laugh rang out. TSK, a third-order spirit grass. He doesn't want to give it to me. Then a few figures walked out from the nearby thicket. There were a total of 8 people who walked out, and 2 of them were impressively Xiaohoshi and Lao Fanqing. He hadn't expected them to be together. The one who had just spoken was Lao Fanqing. When Wu Xixue saw who it was, she couldn't help but frown and say, if you want it, then go find it yourself. Haha, brother Xia. It seems that this girl still doesn't understand the situation. Lao Fanqing laughed at Xiaohoshi. Xiaohoshi laughed and said to Wu Xixue, Little Shui, you should join us. I can forget about what happened before, but you definitely can't stay with this kid and that Ling Xiao. Wu Xixue looked at Xiaohoshi with dissatisfaction and said, I'll be with whoever I want. It's none of your business. Originally, she didn't have a bad impression of Xiaohoshi, but ever since she compared him with Ling Xiao, she hated Xiaohoshi even more. Perhaps she was against the marriage alliance with the Xia family, and she also didn't have any feelings for Xiaohoshi. It seems that you don't know how to repent. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Xiaohoshi's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and then he said to Lao Fanqing, Brother Lao, the things on their bodies are yours. After saying that, he brought his people to the side. Chapter 171. If it weren't for the fact that the sect forbade killing each other, Lao Fanqing wouldn't have minded killing the 2 of them. Furthermore, this girl was extremely beautiful. Hua Xiaogui, let's go. Wu Xixue glared at Lao Fanqing and supported Hua Xiaogui to leave. Hua Xiaogui had never been so intimate with a woman before, and her face immediately turned red. It seems you still don't understand the situation, said Lao Fanqing. He waved at his people, and they immediately surrounded Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui. What do you want? Wu Xixue glared at Lao Fanqing. Hey, what do you want? Put everything down, or I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Lao Fanqing greedily stared at Wu Xixue's beautiful figure. Wu Xixue looked at him with disgust and shouted, Are you going to publicly violate the sect's rules? Haha, what bullshit sect rules. It's only forbidden to kill, not to snatch points. Be good and leave your things. I don't have the patience to play with you, laughed Lao Fanqing. These past few days, he and his people had snatched a few people's things, and had already obtained a lot of points. At this rate, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the points required to become an outer sect disciple. This method had been taught to him by his cousin, Lao Fanren. His cousin had told him that as long as he didn't kill, it didn't matter how he snatched. In any case, the sect administrator wouldn't care, because that was what he had done in the previous generation. Lao Fanqing had listened to his cousin's method, and obtained a lot of things over the past few days. Later he had encountered Xiaohoshi and the others, but the 2 sides were evenly matched, so Lao Fanqing hadn't dared to act. Unexpectedly, Xiaohoshi had taken the initiative to ask him to form an alliance. At first, Lao Fanqing hadn't agreed, but when Xiaohoshi said that they had a common enemy, Lao Fanqing didn't even think about it. Xiao Shui, a wise man doesn't know when the odds are against him. Leave the things behind. In any case, we still have time, and we can get more, advised Hua Xiaogui. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that the difference in strength was too great. No, why should I leave it to them? Unless they kill me. Wu Xixue had a stubborn personality. She could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Brother Xia, it looks like your fiancé isn't very obedient. What do you think we should do? Lao Fanqing asked Xiaohoshi, who was not far away. She doesn't want to admit that she's my fiancé, so you can do whatever you want, Xiaohoshi said coldly. Good, with Brother Xia's words, I can rest assured. Unload their things. Break the legs of the men and leave the women. Lao Fanqing ordered, his eyes filled with lust. If you dare act recklessly, I won't let you off, Wu Xixue said worriedly as she took 2 steps back. Xiaoxue, you go first. I'll block them, Hua Xiaogui said as she stood in front of Wu Xixue with difficulty. Haha, you trash still have the nerve to be a hero and save the beauty. Go to hell. Lao Fanqing laughed out loud, and his body flashed as he blasted towards Hua Xiaogui's chest. Be careful, Wu Xixue exclaimed and blocked Lao Fanqing's attack before Hua Xiaogui could. Lao Fanqing's companions immediately surrounded him. Hua Xiaogui's strength was weak, and she was seriously injured. She was sent flying far away by one of them. Wu Xixue also only managed to resist a few moves before she was subdued. That was because one of them was a high-level mystic cultivator, and he was the most outstanding person in Blazing Ground City. The reason why he helped Lao Fanqing was because his family could not go against the Lao family. Thus, he listened to his family's orders and wanted to be on good terms with Lao Fanqing. Let me go, you bastards. Wu Xixue struggled and scolded. Haha, what a beautiful person. Brother Xia, how about I let you have a taste first? Lao Fanqing called out to Xiaohoshi. Xiaohoshi replied, this has nothing to do with me. Brother Lao, I didn't see anything you did. Alright, since that's the case, then I won't hold back. From now on, Brother Xia will be my brother. Lao Fanqing replied as he looked at Wu Xixue lecherously. Any man would find it hard to resist the dirty thoughts in his heart when facing a beauty. Let her go. I'll give you the amethyst flower. Hua Xiaogui shouted as he struggled on the ground. My dear friend, your brain must be flooded with water. Everything you have now belongs to me, including the amethyst flower. Do you understand? Lao Fanqing walked in front of Hua Xiaogui, squatted down and slapped his face. Slap. Then he slapped Hua Xiaogui's face with great force. Where is that bastard Ling Xiao? Lao Fanqing asked coldly. I don't know, Hua Xiaogui replied. You're stubborn, I'll see how stubborn you are. Lao Fanqing said as he repeatedly slapped Hua Xiaogui's face. After a while, he was beaten black and blue. Stop hitting, stop hitting. Wu Xixue exclaimed at the side. All right, I'll let you go for now on account of the beauty. Break his legs. Lao Fanqing stood up and responded. Immediately after, Lao Fanqing's companions responded, and the people who were holding Hua Xiaogui were about to hit him. Hua Xiaogui closed his eyes and accepted his fate. No. Wu Xixue couldn't help but exclaim. At this critical moment, an earth-shattering beast roar resounded. A wolf's howl came from not far away. Spirit beast. Everyone quivered and immediately tensed up. Immediately after, a huge golden figure slowly walked out from the thicket. It was a rank 3 golden winged wolf. What a big winged wolf! Everyone immediately exclaimed. Rank 3 spirit beast, Xiaohoshi said with a panicked expression. Without another word, he turned around and fled into the dense forest. The people behind him didn't hesitate at all and followed suit, disappearing without a trace. Damn it, run! Lao Fanqing also let out a strange cry. He hated that he was born with only 2 legs and turned around to escape. Unexpectedly, the golden winged wolf chased after him. A golden figure flashed, and in an instant, it appeared behind Lao Fanqing, its front claws fiercely clawing at his back. Wah! Lao Fanqing was like a dead dog, and a large piece of flesh was torn off his back. Lao Fanqing's companions were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, and they turned to flee. Among them, that high-level mystic cultivator actually wanted to take the rank 3 purple gold flower with him. The golden winged wolf was very intelligent. It changed its target, and in a few leaps, it arrived in front of that high-level mystic cultivator. The high-level mystic cultivator could also maintain some calmness. He thought that the golden winged wolf was after that purple gold flower, and without hesitation he threw the purple gold flower in a direction, hoping to lure the golden winged wolf away. Unexpectedly, that golden winged wolf actually ignored the purple gold flower and opened its bloody mouth wide, swallowing that high-level mystic cultivator whole. Looking at this bloody scene, Wu Xixue was so frightened that her face turned pale, and her legs turned to jelly as she fell to the ground. Little Shui, don't be afraid, eh? Let's go. Hua Xiaogui once again displayed her shocking willpower. She slowly climbed up and pulled Wu Xixue to leave. On the other side, Lao Fanqing was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. He took out a jade tube and was about to crush it to ask for help. In the next moment, that huge golden figure appeared in front of him again. Looking at the bloodthirsty fangs and the blood-stained mouth, Lao Fanqing revealed a horrified expression. He was so frightened that he actually closed his eyes and died. This guy was actually scared to death by the golden winged wolf. The golden winged wolf did not stand on ceremony and swallowed Lao Fanqing alive again. In just a moment, 2 people died in the wolf's stomach. The golden winged wolf did not leave immediately, but turned around and walked towards Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui. It's coming. Wu Xixue's legs were shaking, and she did not have the courage to stand up. Hua Xiaogui was also continuously injured, and did not have the strength to help Wu Xixue up. Little Shui, get up quickly, I'll block it first. Hua Xiaogui did not know where the courage came from, but he picked up a sword and bravely stood in front of the golden winged wolf. Seeing that the golden winged wolf was getting closer and closer, Hua Xiaogui's heart was filled with fear, and his whole body was trembling non-stop. However, there was a force that kept him standing. When Wu Xixue was faced with the call of the Grim Reaper, she actually mustered up the courage to climb up. However, when she saw the weak figure standing in front of her, she only felt a strange warmth flowing through her heart. Little Shui, run! Hua Xiaogui urged as he swung his sword at the Golden Wolf King. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. The Golden Wolf King easily dodged the attack, and then bit at him. Hua Xiaogui knew that there was nothing he could do, so he closed his eyes and waited for death. He sighed in his heart. It's worth dying for little Shui. No. Wu Xixue saw that the Golden Wolf King was about to swallow Hua Xiaogui, and she cried out. The soft sword in her hand swept up waves as it slashed at the Golden Wind Wolf's back. Whoosh whoosh. The waves hit the Golden Wind Wolf, but they did not cause any damage. Wu Xixue took the opportunity to go in front of Hua Xiaogui and shouted, "If you want to eat it, then eat both of us." Little Shui, you. Hua Xiaogui looked at Wu Xixue, who didn't run away. Wu Xixue looked at Hua Xiaogui emotionally and said, "If you don't die this time, I'll give you a chance." She was only saying this to comfort Hua Xiaogui before she died. After all, how could they not die? That's great. To be able to hear you say that, it's worth it even if I die. Hua Xiaogui was so excited that he was almost speechless. Oh, the Golden Wind Wolf couldn't help but howl after being ignored by the 2 of them. Big guy, hurry up and eat me. Let her go. Hua Xiaogui bravely walked towards the Golden Wolf King. At this moment, he no longer had any regrets. The Golden Wind Wolf opened its bloody mouth and licked Hua Xiaogui's face with its long tongue. Then it turned around and ran away with the amethyst flower. Only the 2 of them were left in a daze. What's going on? Hua Xiaogui asked in confusion. He could sense that the Golden Wolf King didn't want to eat him, and it seemed to be very kind to him. Could it be that his character was so good that even a spirit beast was moved? That's great. The Golden Wolf King left. Wu Xixue cried out in alarm after narrowly escaping death. She pounced towards Hua Xiaogui. The 2 of them fell onto the grass and rolled together. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.